Good morning, everyone. We are live. Commissioner, up to you to when to begin the meeting.
Okay, we'll wait just one more minute and then start.
Chair Van Brockland,
Yes.
I wasn't able to connect through the phone, so I'm connected audio through the WebEx. Just a warning to you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, sunshines.
Good morning.
I'm just testing. Now I'm gonna go dark again. And then now that I've tested, I'm gonna fumble it when it's my agenda item. So see you in a few hours. Do good things.
We will try. Okay, I think we will begin. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the May 13th, 2021 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. I want to make just one comment before, well, a couple of comments. One is, I know we do have closed caption for these meetings, so if you need to avail yourself of that capability, please do so. We have a full agenda, so we'll keep things moving along. I want to note that Commissioner Smith is recovering from some surgery she had a couple of weeks ago, and so we are glad to see her with us, and we hope that she's having a smooth recovery on her shoulder surgery.
Thank you.
So-
As I recover, I will not be held responsible for any inappropriate comments today.
It's not you, it's the pain medication. Yeah. Okay. So welcome, Commissioner Smith. Welcome to everyone, the other members of the commission, all of you from ODOT, and certainly all of the guests we have from the public. We're delighted you're with us. So with that, I'm going to defer my chair's report until later in the meeting in the interest of time, because I think we need to stay on time as much as we can. So I will, my comments so far will just be recognizing Sharon's recovering from surgery and turn to the director for his report. Director Strickler, are you with us? No? Tom, is the director on yet?
Yes, I am here, sir. My apologies. My computer decided to restart.
Okay. Well, welcome to you, and congratulations on getting reconnected. We'll turn to you for your report.
Thank you very much, sir. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. For my report, I have just a few brief items this morning. Again, my apologies for the computer mishap there, but I think all is good now. My first item to report is designations for new alternative fuel corridors. So within our state, we've been working through our climate office. Ms. Peets and her team previously before she was recently promoted. She's been working with Federal Highway Administration to approve 4 new alternative fuel corridor designations for our state, making our state one of the most ready to receive federal funding to develop EV charging infrastructure and alternative fueling networks. Those designations provide new east-west connectivity on I-82, US 20, US 26. In addition to those EV corridor designations, the Climate Office was also successful in getting a hydrogen corridor designated for I-5. Hydrogen having the potential to support a transition for freight trucks and heavy emitting diesel to a clean fuel alternative. So good news coming from our Climate Office. My second item is I want to provide congratulations to the winner of the 2021 Exceptional Technical Achievement Award, and that is for our Vision Eval team. Vision Eval is an ODOT-created analysis model and has been recognized for its innovation in informing strategic planning and evaluating policy alternatives. Zephyr issued the Technical Achievement Award to the team, including ODOT's Tara Widener last month. And an earlier iteration of Vision Eval was developed to support climate analysis and create the STS, or Statewide Transportation Strategy. Years later, it's been adopted nationally, and many states and jurisdictions have invested in the evolution of the tool. The third speaks to our ability to expand transit service, at least from the rail perspective within the state. As you already know, COVID has had a pretty significant impact, not just on our transit providers across the state and across the country, but also to the rail service that specifically feeds the Cascades rail line for Amtrak. Beginning May 24th, ODOT and WashDOT will add an additional Amtrak Cascades round trip between Eugene and Seattle, signaling hopefully an incline or an increase in the number of trips that we will start to see as we start to come at least to the other side of what a modern work environment and a new world after the pandemic has for us. A major milestone was reached on April 14th when ODOT received the record of decision from the Federal Rail Administration for the Corridor Investment Plan on the 130-mile Oregon segment of the federally designated Pacific Northwest Rail Corridor in Oregon. This environmental review process evaluated proposed alternatives for improving Amtrak Cascades intercity rail service in Oregon. Obtaining the route allows ODOT to compete for federal funding for infrastructure investments and will improve service reliability and frequency. So good news for our Amtrak Cascades. Finally, updated bicycle manual centers on safety, our updated bicycle manual centers safety on people. One of the criticisms and one of the actions that we've been working towards is really centering some of our activities and our manuals on people as opposed to the vehicle or the conditions of the geometry. Our diverse crew of ODOT staff from our Public Transportation Division, Transportation Safety Division, and Delivery and Operations Division worked with external partners to totally refresh our manual and make it more people-centered, really targeting improvements to allow for a people-centered approach in our guidance. This actually is a great companion piece to some of our most recent urban design efforts and some of the other things that we're working on as an agency. So with that, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, I'll probably conclude my remarks. There's a few other items, but they are on the agenda for today as it relates to wildfire, et cetera, and I will let those presentations speak for themselves.
For Director Strickler at this stage. Okay, if there are no questions now, Chris, one thing I would mention is I believe we will hear during public comment from Representative Phan on, I believe her topic will focus on 82nd Avenue. So I may ask you a question at the conclusion of her comments in the midst of the public comments, just so it's timely and she can hear your comments on any kind of an update you have on 82nd Avenue. I know you and I have had some conversations about that. You probably had conversations with other members of the commission, so I'll just give you a foreshadowing of that possibility. Okay.
Absolutely, be happy to.
Great. So let's move to public comment. Sabrina, I think we have 4 or 5 commenters. So I'll turn it to you.
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
We have 4 commenters on the line this morning, and we are going to be starting with Representative Pham. Representative Pham, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please
Good morning.
please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative
Good morning,
Pham,
Board Process, Vice Chairperson.
please, good morning and welcome. We're glad to have you here and look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Chair Van Buckland, and members of the Oregon Transportation Committee. My name is Pam Pham, for the record. I'm the state representative for House District 46, and I represent Northeast and Southeast Portland, including the Jay District, Montavilla, Mount Tabor, Foster Powell, Lentz, and Laurelhurst neighborhoods. I'm so happy to join you today. Transportation is a passion for me, and it's very important to my district. The way we design our transportation system has real implications for how safe and healthy our communities are when they try to cross the street to get to school or bike or to work or take public transportation. And 82nd Avenue is a state-owned highway that runs directly through the heart of my district. It's also Highway 213. 82nd really is a main street in my district. It's a neighborhood lifeline, and every day if you walk along the street, you'll see young people trying to get to one of the many schools located alongside 82nd. There are churches and family restaurants and homes, and the number 72 bus line that runs along 82nd is the busiest bus line in the entire Tri-County region. It's a major transportation corridor for people to get to and from jobs, both in the Columbia corridor as well as southward, and it's a bustling and vibrant hub for small businesses. You can truly go around the world just by visiting all the stores and places along 82nd Avenue. So this road has clearly changed its use from when it was originally built, and because of that discrepancy between its design and its use, it's become a dangerous street that injures, divides, and even kills. I'm coming today with a heavy heart because my community is mourning the deaths of 2 men who died 2 weeks apart last month just trying to walk across this 5-lane highway. Our community members have raised safety concerns about 82nd Avenue for many years, with their local and state leaders asking for jurisdictional transfer, but both the city and state just keep pushing off responsibility because of the cost. I deeply appreciate the proposal by ODOT to invest $3.5 million for 82nd Avenue. However, that's just the start of our work that we need to do to make 82nd Avenue safe and able to transfer it to the city. So I just wanted to come here to say that I'm excited to be a partner with OTC and ODOT as an ally in the state legislature. And the sooner we make these investments, the more cost effective and the more lives we'll save. So as you consider your funding priorities for Fix-It funds, safety and enhanced funds, as well as the expected federal transportation investments coming in, I ask that you keep 82nd Avenue top of mind. And please reach out to me as a partner, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Representative. We really appreciate those comments. And I know I speak for the entire commission that we recognize how important 82nd Avenue is for all the reasons you said, as a corridor and as a main thoroughfare in that part of the Portland region. And we certainly want to support efforts to address all the significant issues there. And as you said, we've already identified some funding, and obviously it will require substantially more funding beyond the initial funding, and are also very interested in the transfer of the facility intergovernmentally. So with that, I will turn to Director Strickler maybe for a few comments about where the agency is on this discussion. Director?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and representatives for the time and for the comments. Again, Chris Strickler, Director, Oregon Department of Transportation. I will simply respond by just making a few comments regarding not just the most recent events, but just the facets of government working together to figure out the right solution. I think the representative has said plainly, clearly, and succinctly the issues that we're experiencing, and it's not just on 82nd, it's across many of these facilities across our state. Funding is an issue, but frankly, funding can't continue to be or shouldn't continue to be such a barrier as it is at times. And so as we think about efforts to provide some immediate benefit, especially in those areas where we have known impacts, we need to be doing that. At least that's the opinion that I bring forward, and that's why we have the agenda topic in front of you today. It's tragic and absolutely unfortunate that we find ourselves in these situations, and so I applaud the work that the representative is doing to really bring awareness as well as the commission's consideration of that awareness as well. Recognizing $3.5 million is not going to bring back anybody who has experienced loss. We fully understand that. And in fact, it's what makes it difficult as we start to embark on these things, but doing nothing doesn't feel like an option either. And so we have to work towards some kind of path that, if not immediately, at least incrementally gets us to where we need to be. So I do want to thank the representative and I do want to thank the commission for your consideration on a topic that has made its way to the agenda for today relatively quickly, just within the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate your consideration, and again, appreciate all the remarks. A very sad and tragic conversation to be having in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from the commission at this point? We can certainly return to this topic later in the meeting, but just want to make sure that the representative is hearing at least any initial questions. Okay, we will be returning to this topic later, and thank you, Director, for your comments. And again, thank you, Representative, for coming to our meeting, for all of the things you're doing, the work that is going on at the legislative level, and we look forward to partnering with you on this. All of the things that Chris has said about the danger, about the loss of human life, about a range of other injuries that occurred there. It is certainly a high priority corridor from that standpoint, as well as just functionality of the asset, which is diminishing every day. So we need to do our part to make sure we're addressing it and getting to a very different place and an improved place. So with that, I'll return to the public comment. Thanks to the other commenters for their indulgence while we had that short colloquy on 82nd. So Sabrina, I'll turn back to you to take us to the next commenter.
Thank you, Chair. The next person we have up is Sarah Wright. Sarah, please state your full name for the record, and please speak slowly and clearly, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. I'm Sarah Wright, Transportation Program Director with Oregon Environmental Council, and I'm here today to talk to you about the way we pay for transportation. While we will not achieve our desired outcomes for climate, preserving human lives, and equity without making big changes in the way ODOT spends money, we also need to address the way that ODOT brings money in. Ideally, the way that transportation is funded should reflect the desired outcomes for the system. If we want a system that supports a stable climate, for example, we should charge for consumption of fossil fuels. If we want a system that does not overburden low-income users, we should provide rebates for low-income users of the system. If we want a system that pays for wear and tear on the roads, we should charge people for their miles driven on the road. We already have some pieces in place that can help us do this. While the gas tax is too low, it does act as a kind of pollution tax. The road user charge, the ORGO system, offers a way to charge users for the use of the road by charging per mile. ODOT is now looking to toll revenue to fill its budget hole. This toll revenue could also be an opportunity, if done well, to price the use of the road and charge users for taking up space in the road during peak hours. ODOT has raised the possibility of establishing a true cost pricing approach to transportation funding, which would align revenue sources with the state's goals around climate and equity, as well as achieving ODOT's goal of sufficient and reliable funding. The Origo system could serve this purpose if it is carefully structured from the beginning. True cost pricing would require road users to pay in a way that incorporates the externalized costs of transportation, the pollution and crashes and more that weigh heavily on our communities now, and the climate pollution that is already changing our lives and will have enormous impacts on future Oregonians. OEC encourages you to move quickly and boldly to establish an approach to funding transportation that supports equity and climate outcomes, as well as providing enough revenue to maintain and thoughtfully grow a sustainable transportation system. This should involve the Origo program and the Oregon Transportation Plan, and it should begin immediately. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate your comments, and certainly funding it's one of the 3 priorities in our strategic action plan, and we recognize it as critical to get that right going forward. We recognize it's going to need to be take a different form than it has historically. So we're looking at all the things you mentioned and others. Okay, Sabrina?
Yes, Chair. Next up, we have Joe Courtwright. Joe, please state your name for the record, and please speak slowly and clearly, and you have 3 minutes.
Morning, Joe.
For the record, Joe Courtwright. I'm an economist in Portland, Oregon, and I'm a member of the No More Freeways group. Before I begin my testimony, I have to say that Ms. Wright's testimony that you just heard is sort of a tour de force of what an economist would tell you about how you should be dealing with transportation and using pricing to reflect back to users the cost of the system. It's something we don't do. It's the reason that we have the problems that we have: financial, economic, and environmental. But to the point I want to make, for more than 2 years, I've been asking a basic, simple question. Is the roadway ODOT is planning to build at the Rose Quarter? For that entire time, your staff has hidden the answer to that fundamental question. In December, and thank you very much, the Commission directed the staff to meet with me to discuss this question and others that I had raised. The staff declined to answer that direct question in the meeting and provided later answer, but that written answer didn't include any details about the Whittle Freeway. In February, No More Freeways obtained previously secret ODOT documents showing that the freeway ODOT is planning to build is 160 feet wide at the Rose Quarter. And I submitted those for the record at the last Commission meeting. And that is easily wide enough to accommodate 10 full travel lanes. Your staff has always known the answer to the question that I have asked. The documents date back to 2016, and they have gone to heroic lengths to conceal or not admit knowing this very basic fact. But now it's a matter of public record. Why, it's reasonable now to ask, is the width of the project such a carefully guarded state secret? There's a simple answer. Concealing the actual width of the freeway is essential to perpetuating the fictional claim that widening this freeway will not increase traffic and pollution. No matter what you call the added lanes, and no matter what lines you draw on a plan, a 160-foot wide roadway will provide enough lanes, enough space for 10 lanes of traffic. And once you build this roadway, it can be restriped in an afternoon. And that's not conjecture or assertion. That's exactly what the department says it's going to do on the southern portion of this project, on the viaduct section of I-5 between the Burnside Bridge and the Moda Center. They're going to restripe it to 11-foot wide travel lanes and 4 to 7 foot shoulders to squeeze in an additional lane. That approach on this project would easily provide for 10 lanes. And you can't have an honest statement of the environmental effects of this project without acknowledging this massive increase of traffic. Now, I know that your staff has given you a talking point to toss out anytime we raise concerns about induced demand or more traffic or more pollution. You're supposed to say peer review. Well, the peer review process that you convened didn't consider the effect of a 10-lane freeway. And as former ODOT Director Grace Kronikan admitted at the Rose Quarter meetings last month, that peer review group didn't take a look at all at the traffic projection. So they didn't look at a 10-lane freeway, and they didn't look at the flawed traffic projections that we pointed out. So that peer review process doesn't really address any of these issues. So this project is being advanced not by a tissue of lies, but an elaborate tapestry of lies. Covering up the width of the freeway is just one of these. It's a violation of the public trust to this project forward based on this false information. I urge the Commission to undertake a full and accurate environmental impact statement, one that honestly describes this project and its impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate your comments, and we will be discussing this subject later in this meeting. So I appreciate your comments, and there will be more to come today. Sabrina?
Thank you, Chair. Next up, we have Aaron Brown. Aaron, please state your name for the full record. Speak slowly and clearly, and you have 3 minutes.
Aaron Brown, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockman, OTC members. My name is Aaron Brown. I live in North Portland. First, I just wanted to say that there are 2 individuals who attempted to sign up to your public testimony today. They signed up way ahead of the advance early Monday and Tuesday. They were absolutely ahead of this deadline. There was some sort of technical snafu. I contacted the OTC administrators yesterday. It sounds like this morning, these 2 individuals, Samantha Kropp and Ada Crandall, were ultimately shut down from testifying. This is infuriating. Samantha spent weeks rallying the members of the community about the harm ODOT's contracted lobbyists are doing to our forests. Ada Crandall is a 9th grader who got a pass from her social studies teacher to be a little late to her high school Zoom class this morning to speak to you. In typical ODOT fashion, it seems that the public is once again seen as an adversarial enemy that shouldn't be accommodated in their efforts to speak to their appointed officials about their concerns about what their taxpayer money is supporting and what ODOT is building. This public servant ostensibly dedicated to serving the residents of the state of Oregon. I ask that you please give these 2 women their 3 minutes to speak on issues that cannot wait until your next meeting a few weeks from now. You have all day today. They're both on the line. I'm sure you have a couple more minutes for public testimony. I just wanted to say good morning. I wanted to make sure you were aware of the 4 different rallies that have been held by community members across the state, urban, suburban, and rural, about how ODOT is and is not functioning accordingly to the community. The first one, in early April, over 200 people joined No More Freeways at a rally at Tubman Middle School in North Portland. We were celebrating the 2 lawsuits that have been filed against ODOT this month, where we caught ODOT lying about the traffic projections, about the width of the freeway, and about the downplay of the air pollution concerns and carbon emissions with this $800 million expansion that you would be funding that this bill would provide. This bill has reasons for the freeway is terrible, and we're delighted to see the community opposition to it. Second, a few weeks ago, a bunch of teenagers inspired by Greta Thunberg decided they were sick of government leaders patting them on the head and saying, you're listening to them about climate action. Well, they don't want platitudes. They want actual action. And now the climate leaders are planning their own actions. These youth climate leaders are on strike outside of ODOT's downtown building. Director Strickler, we waved at you yesterday when you left the building. I was surprised you didn't say hi to us. One of them is on the call today and would love to speak her mind about why ODOT needs to act more urgently on climate. Having talked to these young climate leaders, I can assure you that they are in it for the long haul and their numbers are only growing. Can you blame them? I mean, I know many of you are based in the Willamette Valley. We only have had a half an inch of rain in April. I grew up in Beaverton. I cannot ever recall such a dry spring. When the wildfires are once again torching our communities this fall, which one of you have on your conscience that you've continued to ignore the youth climate leaders that are desperately asking you to do something about the fact that you have an opportunity to hold ODOT accountable and 40% of Oregon's carbon emissions come from transportation? Do you think current and future Oregonians are going to give you on the OTC a pass for your acquiescence to ODOT's continued status quo that essentially represents climate arson? What legacy and what planet are you leaving to your children and grandchildren? You know, Director Strickler, we hope you'll swing by next week and instead of cold shouldering, come and speak to us about our concerns and the future that your plans are leaving for us. Third, we already heard Representative Pham come in and speak very eloquently about the 2 pedestrians that were killed, one intersection on East Portland's 82nd Avenue, the ODOT-owned arterial. There have been more people killed at that single intersection on 82nd Avenue last month than there has been on the entire stretch of the Rose Quarter Freeway in over a decade. ODOT's disinvested orphan highways run through all of your districts. This epidemic of traffic violence continues to kill over 400 Oregonians a year, and ODOT's general response is to not spend a dime on fixing these roads or send out a press release a couple hours before a rally attempting to take responsibility, but the legislature directs them to widen the freeways instead. In case it wasn't clear, the most vulnerable among us who face the threat of traffic violence, the elderly, the young, the low-income who can't afford a car, the disabled, the communities of color who cross these busy streets to get their kids to school. Chair Van Brockman says he cares about 82nd Avenue. Does he also care about TV Highway, which also had a traffic fatality this week? It's tragic we find ourselves in these situations, Director Strickler just spoke. Well, ODOT, you created these situations, and the OTC is responsible for overseeing ODOT. Please don't use this passive voice. Your agency's 20th century funding priorities are why we're here today. And fourth, Samantha, if you're nice enough to let her testify, she can speak more about the rally to protect what's left that was held outside the Capitol. Whistleblowers are coming out from across the state pointing out how a couple of ODOT's contractors apparently won the gig to essentially clear cut massive forests. And this isn't just a bunch of hippie kumbaya tree huggers. This includes mayors of small towns and deep red districts horrified by the clear cutting ODOT's out-of-state contractors got away with, selling off our pristine forests just to make a buck. I will close by saying that these four rallies all share a lot in common, some overarching themes that resonate with my work on tracking the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion. Abysmal oversight, absolutely no accountability or public process, beyond efforts to manufacture consent, private contractors making off like bandits, few mechanisms for oversight or transparency until it's too late and the trees are cut down, the air is polluted, lives are lost to traffic violence, and cars still stuck on congested roads. So the jig is up. Oregonians are getting wise to the need for widespread overhaul of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Everyday Oregonians get it. Does the Oregon Transportation Commission get it? And if so, I encourage you to make more time for more Oregonians to engage and help us build the ODOT that we need for the 21st century. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, it's Samantha and Aiden. Are those the correct names?
Yes, Samantha Kropp and Ada Crandall.
Ada Crandall, okay. Are they on the line, Sabrina?
I believe that they are, yes.
Chair Van Brockland, I have a caller number that popped in that was not on time or was not timely, so I don't know who it is.
Okay.
I can unmute.
I've been texting with Samantha. I believe that's her.
Okay,
So
if she can be admitted into the meeting so we can hear her, which I assume we can do.
Okay,
So,
hold on just a second.
Ms. Kropp, I guess, is who we'll be hearing from.
Hi, this is Samantha Kropp. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes. I'm not seeing the 3 minutes on my screen, so Sabrina, so you're going to have to keep us on schedule in terms of the 3 minutes.
Okay.
But Samantha, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you, commissioners, for making the time, as Aaron mentioned, and thank you, Aaron, for ensuring that my comment and the additional ninth graders comment is heard today. We did have some trouble trying to sign up well ahead of the time, so I would definitely suggest maybe looking into some of the tech issues on the back end because that was a bit difficult. But thank you again for the time. Again, just for the record, my name is Samantha Kropp, and I'm the Coalitions Coordinator for the Forest Waters Coalition, which is a network of conservation organizations and grassroots community members who are working to gain stronger protections for Oregon's forests and watersheds. And so in my job working at the intersection of forest defense and climate justice, I typically engage with forest managers and often legislators and even the governor's office, but this is my first time ever attending an Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. And so dealing with our transportation agencies is not something that I'm used to. However, in the aftermath of last year's historic fire season, we're seeing now, of course, a collision of these worlds of the transportation and forest management worlds. And so I want to speak today to the responsibility that the Oregon Department of Transportation has taken on in the aftermath of those fires, the untraditional role of fire recovery and forest management. And I know that you all are aware that this role has come under a great deal of scrutiny by both the public and state legislators in recent past few weeks and past few months. As I'm also sure that you're aware, whistleblower accounts have recently brought to light some serious concerns that are occurring under the Oregon Department of Transportation's hazard tree removal program. And those concerns include mismanagement and malfeasance that are occurring. We have whistleblowers who have come forward who worked with ODOT's primary contractor, CDR McGuire, raising concerns about systemic mismanagement, lack of oversight, no consistent protocol for marking and removing hazard trees, and even concerns about fraud. And obviously, if these serious allegations are true, what we know is that they could result in the state of Oregon losing the funding promised from FEMA
for fire recovery, which is funding that we need to cover the cost of this program. So in light of these allegations, there has been a flurry of media coverage, and there were legislative hearings a couple weeks back in both the House and the Senate to shine a light and get more information about ODOT's hazard tree removal program. And during these meetings, we were assured in many ways by the Oregon Department of Transportation representative and by CDR McGuire and subcontractor Mason, Bruce, and Gerard that the protocols were being followed and were thorough and good enough. However, what we know from people who are actually witnessing these things on the ground, not only whistleblowers employed with these organizations, but also people, community members who are witnessing what's happening in their communities, we know that there is some serious mismanagement occurring and it's ongoing. And so thankfully, we've gotten more attention lately in the media and our legislators are beginning to pay attention, but we haven't heard anything from the Oregon Transportation Commission. And as the body that oversees, as Aaron mentioned, that is responsible for overseeing ODOT, a lot of folks are wondering where the Transportation Commission is at on this issue and hoping that you all can step in and do your advisorial role and ensure that ODOT's current program is held accountable for these concerns that are being raised on the ground. So I do want to elaborate a little bit about concerns.
Your time is up. Yes? Samantha, your time is up.
Okay, please wrap it up. Thank you. Yes, I would just say to reiterate, these are not just, to reiterate what Aaron said, these are not just concerns coming from hippies. These are concerns coming from people who are worried about their drinking water, who are worried about their beloved recreation areas, and who are worried about this logging projects causing more harm on the ground and worse fire seasons in the future. And so please, please ask for a pause in this ODOT program and do an investigation into these serious and compelling allegations. Thank you so much for taking the time to attend to this matter and hoping that the Oregon Department or the Oregon Transportation Commission can take a stance on this soon.
Thank you, Samantha. Now, Sabrina, do we have the other person that Mr. Brown mentioned?
No, we do not.
Okay. Okay. Well, is there anyone else that we need to hear from this morning or that has signed up?
Nope. She was the last caller on the list.
Okay. Well, I want to thank all of those who commented in person today, and I also want to thank all of those who commented by written comment, and we have an extensive number of those this month, as we tend to every month, but this month is a very high number. So we appreciate all of those comments, both this morning and that we received in writing. With that, I am going to turn to our next agenda item, which is external relations, and we will be hearing from Assistant Director Baker. Lindsay?
Good morning, Chairman Balkin, members of the commission. Can everyone hear me okay? See me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Wonderful.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So good morning, Chairman Brock and members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with the Oregon Department of Transportation. So I think we've got a brief period of time today, about 15 minutes, to talk about some ongoing things. I'm going to focus my remarks and my updates this morning primarily on what's going on in the legislative session, just because it's very top of mind, and I think it's where we are focusing a lot of efforts right now. So I've got a short list of things to kind of run through, but please at any point in time, stop me. I'm happy to answer any questions as we move forward. So as you'll recall, the legislative session this year began in late January. This is the first time the Oregon legislature has held a virtual session, which has been nothing short of very challenging and also very interesting and unique in terms of how we engage the legislature, how we engage our stakeholders, and other sort of external partners. So this session, the legislature has introduced about 2,500 bills. More are coming every day, less so now that we're getting closer to the end of session, but more are still coming every day. Of these bills, about 2,500 in the universe, ODOT has been tracking actively about 720 of them. In the middle part of April, we sort of reached a major milestone, which is what we call the first chamber deadline. So the date by which all bills that are in their chamber of origin, so House bills in the House, Senate bills in the Senate, has to be posted for a work session. At this date, I think about 1,500 bills were sort of taken off of the list, and so our universe got a little smaller in terms of the bills that we're actively engaging and actively tracking. So right now, we are about 430 bills that we're actively looking at, and I will recognize and note for the record that this is a broad swath, right? We're looking at everything that we are really intimately involved in, anything that would sort of touch our organization in any capacity, anything that would touch the transportation system, anything that applies equally to all state agencies or public agencies. It's a pretty broad capture, including those that are we track just for relating clause purposes only. So on that, I would say we're in the roughly kind of 30, 40 in terms of those that we are tracking and really deliberately and very intentionally engaging on. As you all know, the Department of Transportation is a pretty broad organization. We've got a lot of different touch points. We've got all of our delivery and operations, all the work that we're doing in the climate space, all of the work that is being performed by our driver and motor vehicles division. So we have a pretty broad capture. So I'm just going to kind of run through a few bills that have passed this session or kind of on the move that are of particular note and interest. And I will also note that yesterday in the Transportation Economic Development Subcommittee, ODOT's budget passed out of subcommittee and moved to the full Committee on Ways and Means. This is also a major milestone for us. We were one of the first agencies that's sort of got a bigger budget that's actually moving and being released, and what's a really, really good sign. I think a lot of what we saw ultimately included in our agency budget was not particularly surprising, but big kudos and thanks to our stellar budget team led by Stephen Hamlin to really get us to a point where I think the committee members were feeling really comfortable and we are looking good to get out of session. So the first bill I'll talk through a little bit is House Bill 2137. So as you all know, our Driver and Motor Vehicle Services Division has had a not insignificant amount of challenge as a result of COVID-19. A lot of backlog issues and I think a lot of desire to really improve our customer service across the board. So House Bill 2137 was passed early on in session and really did four major things to really improve our customer service. For Oregonians relying upon DMV. So that bill is all the way passed through both chambers, has been signed by the governor, and DMV is actively implementing this with the hope that it will really improve and reduce some of that backlog and enable Oregonians to access DMV services more quickly. I also mentioned our budget bill earlier, so I'll skip past that one right now. Another bill that I wanted to flag for the Commission's recognition is House Bill 2985. So there's a bill that we are working really closely with Representative Susan McLean, who is the co-chair of the Joint Committee on Transportation, a Democrat out of the Forest Grove area. She has been working closely with the constituent to look at ODOT's advisory committees, particularly the composition of our advisory committees, which really range the gamut. So these are advisory committees that are sort of program specific, advisory committees that do sort of selection of competitive sort of discretionary grant programs, right? All of our area commissions on transportation. And the bill that ultimately passed really articulated, I think, a legislative direction and a policy intent to ensure that the composition of those committees reflect the racial, ethnic, and ability diversity of the state of Oregon. So this, I think, general desire and I think goal to ensure that our work that we are performing, the advisory committees that are advising us as an agency and you all as a commission are reflective of the communities that we serve. So we're really excited about this measure and look forward to working with our stakeholder groups, you all and all of our staff across the department to really implement this bill. The next bill I'll talk about is House Bill 2411. So there's been a lot of work this session and I think led under the Governor Brown's leadership around increasing broadband accessibility and broadband service to rural Oregon in particular. So this bill looks at ODOT's projects, particularly projects that we do on the state transportation system that involve some element of sort of longitudinal trenching, so sort of opening up that side of the roadway, and whether or not those projects are suitable for adding in or laying in broadband fiber. So it really establishes a process by which we would work really closely with the Business Oregon Department as well, and their Office of Broadband, as well as telecommunications providers, to see whether or not that sort of add-on or that additional scope of projects makes sense to really improve and provide broadband access to other parts of the state. I'll keep going. So the last bill, actually last two bills I'll note as well, we've talked about, I think, in relative abstract and sort of conceptual form before. One of those is House Bill 2342. So House Bill 2342 was a bill that at least one of our commissioners is probably very, very familiar with, as it came as a recommendation from our Road User Fee Task Force. So this bill really sort of what I characterize as sort of scaling up of our current Origo program, which is currently, as you all know, a sort of voluntary opt-in program for Oregonians to pay by the mile into the state transportation system. And so this bill establishes essentially a date certain by which this program will become mandatory. It certainly has certain thresholds for the vehicles and the individuals that will be participating, but it says that July 1 of 2026, Oregon will move to a mandatory pay-by-the-mile program. So there's been a lot of conversation, I know, as Commissioner Brown is familiar, over the last year or so from the task force, a lot of conversation with stakeholders that ultimately led to this bill being introduced this session on behalf of Representative John Lively, who co-chairs the Road User Fee Task Force. So there's been a lot of good conversation this session with stakeholders and legislators. I think, as you all are certainly not unfamiliar, going to a road use charge system is a pretty paradigm shift, is the way I would describe it, in terms of moving our state forward in an alternate and I think a new sort of funding and revenue generation mechanism and structure. So I think recognizing that there's a fair amount of sort of public information and sort of public engagement and education that would need to come along with it, but having a target date certain in the future by when we're going to move to that structure, I think the legislature is recognizing is incredibly critical at this juncture. So that bill is still working its way through. I am confident and hopeful, I suppose, that this bill will get posted for a work session soon, and we will continue to engage all of our stakeholders on how we implement, how we sort of develop and establish a program that I think meets various goals and objectives, one of which obviously is a sufficient and reliably funded transportation system. And then the last bill I will sort of just share a bit of information about is the omnibus bill that we're working on this session. It's House Bill 3055. This bill is every session in the Joint Committee on Transportation, they introduce what's called the omnibus bill, which is a large package of a bunch of different provisions and concepts, a lot of which are sort of housekeeping, sort of technical adjustments, those types of things, and some of which do represent, I think, some bigger policy conversations. So as you all are no doubt familiar, as we continue to advance our tolling program, our regional toll program, with that kind of dual goal of managing congestion and raising revenue, there's a lot of provisions included in this omnibus bill that help modernize the statutory framework by which we are developing those that program. So this bill continues to be on the move, as it were. Importantly, this Friday, tomorrow, May 14th, is what's called the second chamber deadline. This is the day by which the Joint Committee on Transportation must post all of their bills for a work session in order for it to continue to move through the process. So hopeful and confident that this bill will continue to move forward, and we will continue to, I think, engage with legislators, stakeholders again, our regional partners as well, as we see this work forward through the session. So end of June is the last is sort of the target date to wrap up this legislative session. I expect that there will be special sessions as well into the summer and likely the fall this year. But this has been, again, nothing short of a challenging but unique session due to the virtual nature of it. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to pause, answer any questions if there are any, go dive into any additional detail on any of the things I mentioned, or if there are sort of general questions about session or anything I might have missed, certainly happy to answer any of those.
Questions from the commission to Assistant Director Baker. I'm curious about 2342. Who are the principal sponsors?
Certainly. Co-chair, or excuse me, Chair Van Brockland. So Representative John Lively out of the Springfield area is chief sponsoring that measure. This is sort of on behalf of the Road User Fee Task Force. He serves as the, I can remember if it's the chair or vice chair, he serves as one of the leadership of the task force. And so the task force recommended this legislation be introduced, and he did so on its behalf.
Great. Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate the report.
Certainly.
And look forward to hearing end of session report at our July meeting. Okay, well, we'll turn now to a report from our equity office from Assistant Director Perkins.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman Brockland.
Good morning.
Patrice Perkins, how are you?
Just fine. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. So for the record, my name is Natasha Perkins, Assistant Director of Social Equity. Today I'll be giving an overview of just the standing up of the Office of Social Equity. We go to the next slide. So I'm starting off today by simply talking about mycelium. So mycelium is a network of fungus that absorb nutrients from the environment to provide enzymes into or onto food source, such as mushrooms. I use this because I would like to offer some words from Adrienne Marie Brown to kind of explain some of the work that the Office of Social Equity is doing. One of our oldest ancestors, mycelium, shows us that the instance of life we can witness, the mushroom, is always evidence of much more complex and wider network of connections underground. The same thing is true with conflict and harm. We are all connected to each other at our best and also at our worst. The instances of visible dissonance, harm, and abuse in any movement are evidence of toxicity in our intersecting systems of identity, belonging, resource, power, and home. One toxic substance is supremacy, so ubiquitous that it has long been invisible to those benefiting from it and desired by those suffering from it. It manifests as white supremacy, cis supremacy, ableist supremacy, straight supremacy, cis supremacy, and many more. The belief that some of us are normal or better are justified to take and do whatever we want, including harm each other and the earth. We won't end the systemic pattern of harm by isolating or picking off individuals. We can't limit it to the communicative power of mycelium by just plucking one single mushroom from the dirt. We need to flood the system, the entire system, with life-informing principles and practices to clear the channels between us of the toxicity of supremacy, heal from the harms of legacy of devaluing some lives and needs in order to indulge others. Mycelium actually looks much like our brains. Networks of data, communication, and nourishment flowing in every direction. Mycelium can help us learn how to process conflict and harm into life and beauty, and it helps us see ourselves. It is our thought and hope that the Office of Social Equity is striving to be integral to ODOT mycelium. If you look at the next slide, it kind of talks about what we've learned over the last year. My first day at ODOT was April 13th, 2020, a week after moving to the great state of Oregon during the onset of the pandemic. I offer that because we have a long way to go concerning integrating social equity into the cultural DNA and fabric of ODOT. And also the progress we've made has come in the midst of us figuring out how to function as an agency during unprecedented change and crisis. In setting this office up, we've learned that 4,722 employees working throughout the state that is very proud of so many of our firsts in history, some which have been unfortunately excluded or marginalized, means that the work can only be done in a distributed network. The bottom image on this slide is an illustration of how we've strived to get to know the agency by visiting crews and teams throughout the state when allowed, when places were open, outside with masks on very safely, just so we're clear about that, to understand how social equity has been considered and how it's been challenging. In order to see the systems change that we desire at ODOT, there have to be champions in every corner of the agency that not only see social equity as an imperative, but also connect it to their work and the work of their division and the communities that they serve and touch. To do this, ODOT employees are trying a lot of new things consistently throughout the agency. And if we are not able to harness buy-in agency-wide, the pivot that we seek will not be successful. One way we have done this is by providing framework and time for conversations that have been off limits at work previously. We've made sure that people know that inclusion is a part of what we're doing. It means that the hardships that our team members face at work and in the world need to be present, that meeting everyone where they are helps us remove judgment and seek to understand each other through compassionate curiosity, and understand that our persons and expertise is necessary for us to offer the innovative service to the state, and also that this doesn't force discomfort. Discomfort is inevitable, and so making it okay for people to be uncomfortable in conversations or have discomfort in some of the things that we are seeking to shift in the work that we do. So in this space, the agency is learning that social equity is a discipline and a value, that there are so many frameworks, lenses, theories, implementation models, indices, and there's a balance between qualitative and quantitative work. A lot of the agency has seen in the conferences that we attend, equity being a top layer, a top level, the theme, the breakout session. And so there's a lot of information, and that this work is both head work and heart work, which is not historically part of transportation's methods. We are an agency that is trained to identify problems and then solve them in scope, on time, and within budget. Prioritizing equity means that it broadens our scope, which shifts timelines and increases the need for resource as we seek to serve those who have not been served well by our practices, policies, and projects. We will inevitably get this wrong over and over and over again, but we think that failing forward is important because it means that we're moving in a way that allows us to build better processes. So staff throughout the agency are moving much faster than is comfortable with blind spots that are not really natural to our work. But this will allow us to embed social equity as opposed to it being a layer over our work or a checkbox. So working to make something that the agency thinks of in totality. We have the mental capacity to do this, but there are days where the people power and hours in a day definitely fall short. Nonetheless, in the next slide, you will see where we have found where this work lives. So you'll see 11 categories that all involve people, policy, and program and projects where the Office of Social Equity is actively working. Over the last year, as we talked about, I think in June of last year, we really needed to work on socializing social equity more than anything else. And it meant getting people talking about what the definition is, which still isn't comfortable for many, and moving us towards the reality that diversity is an expectation and a goal, and that inclusion is something that's completely in our control. We have not gotten to the point where that is true. So we know that as we move through this cycle towards normalization, which means we'll start seeing output in our work, we're still working on helping people socialize what it means to be thinking about the priority of social equity. Within the organization, some can definitely explain how the work that they do addresses disparities, whether they're economic or health or access. Talk about how we provided benefits to communities that have been underserved or marginalized, even excluded based on ability, race and ethnicity, language, income, age, or gender. Similarly, some can share burden, whether that's isolation or segregation, or how sometimes transportation can catalyze gentrification or health disparity. Over the next year, you will be able to see how us identify our work, progress, and opportunities very clearly in these spaces, moving to evaluation and adaptation. So we definitely are on par to get to the point of optimization, as we said we would be a year ago. This cycle will be continuous, however, and it's not only dependent on our work, but it's dependent on the relationships that are prioritized to do our work and the mental models of all of those doing the work. On the next slide, you will see that, as we've talked about before, that this is a systems change method, and so we need to think about how the collaboration of all our partners in the enterprise as a whole is necessary. In December, when the Commission approved our work to prioritize social equity, and in the work over the next few years through the Strategic Action Plan, we will see movement towards this priority. I offer that we will not see optimization of social equity until about 2030. It's then that we will have programmed multiple SIF and SIF cycles, and we've also been able to embed social equity outcomes into our long-term plans in partnership with other state and federal entities. So in 2030, you'll be able to see that social equity has been actively prioritized because of the things that are in red on the right-hand side of your screen. That's ODOT following processes, policies and procedures, evidenced by hiring, retention, and promotion of diverse populations. It means that we have partnership with Black, Indigenous people of color to include businesses owned by Black, Indigenous people of color to include tribal nations Latino, Latina, Latinx, Asian, Asian Pacific Islander populations, as well as women and others who've been marginalized. You'll see us prioritize social equity in our planning and risk assessments. You'll see all voices are valued. You'll see transportation investments benefit neighborhoods. And you'll see industry and program partners being held accountable to some of the things that we're saying that we would like to prioritize. On the next slide is just a very simple image that shows how this fits into the buckets that you have already approved. So all of those 11 categories that you originally said that also align with a systems change also fit into climate equity, workplace workforce, engagement, and economic opportunity. So it took some time to figure out exactly which buckets we actively work in, and now we're figuring out the how, right? So we have our end goals, we have our impact statements and outcomes. Each of these categories, now we're working on our intermediate outcomes and activities to move forward with the goal in mind, also having a much better handle on the assumptions that are in place, evidence, and the enablers, both internal and external. And the next slide, it really shows you how we have figured out just leveraging that space, right? So enablers are a large part of us being successful. In fact, people are the levers to our program policy and project work. So OTC, senior leaders, managers, communities, those in our learning environment with desire to do work with ODOT, those collecting, analyzing, and utilizing our data, and our organizational culture as a whole, which is not just internal, but it's also evident in how people work on behalf of or in partnership with ODOT, is integral to our long-term impact. All of these parties are carrying the work out, and Office of Social Equity has a responsibility to ensure ODOT is accountable to addressing the systemic oppression and the root causes of social equity internally and externally. So in this year, we've developed 6 characteristics that this office will be held to, right? So I come back to you in a year, you should be able to say, Natachis, how is this happening in the office? One, that staff, stakeholders, and leaders are skilled at talking about social equity and its implications. 2, that internal change around social equity is embraced. Staff members are supported in managing and integrating those changes. 3, that programs are culturally responsive and explicit about how social equity has been taken into consideration. 4, that communities are treated as stakeholders, leaders, and assets to our work. 5, that the disaggregation of data and our expenditures reflects organizational values and a commitment to social equity. And then 6, that ODOT consistently demonstrates the courage to advance external outcomes. So it's myself doing this work, and in December, Maria Ellis started to do some strategic economic equity work with the Urban Mobility Office, working on some of our mega projects. In March, Shane Whittington started to build our engagement toolkit. And a couple of weeks ago, Lisa Brown came on to help us streamline our collateral and training and development materials with the permission of HR, so we're very thankful for that. And then finally, Jacob Easter from the Office of Organizational Excellence is assisting us in putting all of our work into streamlined planning documents and dashboards. This group is solely responsible for the 6 things I've said above, but we also realize, and it's imperative, that this work doesn't just happen from this group, even though we are, again, that catalyst. So on the next slide, you'll see how we have seen some growth just based on us being able to socialize equity. We're the catalyst. The Office of Social Equity is a catalyst, resource, accountability partner. The work you see here is a very small snapshot of employee dedication to living our work, living our values through our work. So one, the DMV manual has a new online format. The format makes it much more possible for us to translate into a multitude of languages. There's about 15% of Oregonians over the age of 5 that speak a language other than English at home. And we had noticed at the DMV that there was a higher percentage of customers who were taking the knowledge test in another language besides English, and they were not passing. We know that a contributing factor in terms of taking a test is learning the test as well and learning the information. So now study materials in a reader's native or language of preference is available online. So a partnership through a manual translator through Google Translate is now there. So that's a really big list, and we're doing more things to figure out how to translate things so they're more accessible to customers and Oregonians. During the last year, we've done a lot of things virtually, all things virtually. So in the virtual world, the Office of Civil Rights, we have one more left, I believe it's tomorrow, but have completed full-day sessions of how to work with ODOT in terms of contracting and consulting with us. And they've done that by delivery and operation regions. So regions 1 through 5 have gotten a very specific working with ODOT session. We've In recruitment, we've completed a year-long study of our recruitment practices, and the recruitment team has established an equity work group to shift our practices and training around recruitment and then all the way through hiring. We also are participating in a DEI lab. So in partnership with OSU Cascades, we're digging into our cultural landscape and how we might be better aware of our implicit bias and microaggressions in both our internal and external work. Central Oregon started the process, and they are about halfway through, and it's our hope that agency leadership with the commission will be the next group to participate. The West Landon Oregon City Pedestrian Bridge, they did an equity community engagement assessment, and they were also able to provide cash incentives for youth participating in focus groups as part of that project development and course correction, which is something that had not necessarily been done as a point of practice, but is informing how we can make the toolkit of engagement and also how we might continue to look and think about how we incentivize and provide stipends for those that advise our projects. And then finally, the meetings and moments. So throughout the agency, social equity has been added to so many meeting agendas, brainstorming sessions, and evaluations as teams work through moving how they would embed social equity in their work and outcomes. So Office of Social Equity is present and provides resources and information to them, asks questions, and looks at what it, and helps them figure out what it would look like for them to start that conversation in their teams. And then on the final slide, you will see our most immediate next steps. One is the Social Equity Index. Social Equity Index looks at race, ethnicity, age over 65, language, income, and ability, and it considers it over the block groups using the American Community Census. We've created a statewide map that allows us to take social equity into consideration in thinking about our projects and planning. We're working right now to collaborate with other agencies, both state and local, to create a publicly accessible map that we can use consistently, but internally we're able to use the draft that we have right now to really see where our projects land and who's impacted in terms of some of those social equity categories. The complete project delivery infusion, we are working from project need to selection to construction to ensure that social equity is considered along the way and documented in a way that we can allow for data analysis and alignment with agency priority. So that is already in progress, and we figured it out how to do it for scoping as well as project selection, and we'll continue that process. I talked about the refresh and hiring, and then I was going to mention what I would rather offer is that in the time that I've posted these slides till today, the passing of House Bill 2985, but Assistant Director Baker did that, so you already know about that. The Social Equity Blueprint is a document that provides process and a set of questions to guide the development, implementation, and evaluation of policies, programs, projects, and plans while addressing social equity. So that's a document in its draft state and should be available to the entire agency as well as whoever else wants to read the commission, of course, our Social Equity Blueprint to really help us normalize how we think about social equity internally. We also are on, part of that will be the engagement toolkit. We also are on the horizon of two contracts. One, our disparity study is about to start the process of being refreshed, and we are focusing on a methodology that centers social equity in this study, which we were not able to do in the last one. And then finally, we're looking at a barrier analysis, and so how we analyze the barriers of our support services, our business development and technical assistance for disadvantaged business enterprises and those businesses that could be certified as such. And so we do provide some of those things, but there's still a clear gap. And so we want to better understand that barrier to the gap. And so we can pivot those programs immediately and see that gap close in terms of our services. So that is what we've been doing over the last year. We look forward to also giving you a report out very specifically about the strategic action plan in the coming months, and appreciate your time to give you an overview of standing up the office this morning, and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is a really interesting presentation, and I think we may have been one slide off through this, but we will definitely look at the slides carefully and really appreciate your, first, we really appreciate your leadership. This is a new function, as you know. Your role as Assistant Director for Social Equity is a new role, and very impressed with what you've put in front of us. This is an ambitious, bold set of ideas, and obviously a lot more work to do. As you say, it's going to take years to get to where we hope to get to, but this is a really exciting set of initiatives. I want to particularly recognize your creative use of a network of fungus to get us underway here. I liked it. It's a nice way to kind of visualize what you're talking about. So I really appreciate all the effort that you've made here to lead us in this subject area, and look forward to your continued leadership and ours in concert as we learn how to do these things in a way that's valuable and productive, to have a more inclusionary and a better culture. So thank you. It's not really a question. It's a thank you. Are there questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
Hi, Sharon Smith here. Thank you, Nikatris. Great presentation. I'm impressed how much you've been able to accomplish in a pandemic year, and I'm really excited going forward when you can actually physically go out to places more effectively, because I think that's going to really drive the needle a little bit. I would like to know and find out a little bit more about the social equity map, but perhaps that's a conversation that we can have offline rather than in this large meeting. So I'll reach out to you after the meeting, and I'd like to know a little bit more about it. And, you know, if we can leverage that, maybe for use by other jurisdictions and partners, because I don't want us, you know, to create something that's really useful and then not be able to share it with our partners. So thank you again.
So Commissioner Smith, thank you very much for that. I'll definitely reach out. And I also just wanted to, as a point, say that one of the entities we have talked a lot about is the City of Bend, because they are doing a lot of work around the mapping. And so they are not left out. They're definitely in the conversation, and I'm happy to give you more information, show you kind of where we are in the process.
Yeah, thank you. That was in the back of my mind, because I'm aware of the efforts that are going on in our community, and I just wanted to make sure that we're all sharing.
Vice Chair Simpson, please.
It's nothing related to other than, you know, round of applause for all the good work, and I know it's super lengthy process in the form of a marathon that you're going through, Nikatris, with this new addition to the culture of ODOT and the shift in the culture of ODOT ultimately. So I just applaud to your work. My comment was really more about these template images. I'm trying to figure out who's responsible for the same pictures of the bridge and the few guys who are with either working outside of a pedestrian bridge or a culvert or something. But I feel like I see it in every presentation. So I don't know if that's just our stock images, if that's all we have, but it'll be intriguing to see at some point if somebody can bring something a little different other than just the content. So that was it for me. Sorry, but I think we should try a little bit more and change it up a little bit sometimes.
I will pass your message along.
Okay, other questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner?
Yes. Nikatris, I wanted to thank you for this. I've been waiting for an update, and this was very helpful to me. I feel like the more education I can receive as a commissioner will be helpful in my decision making. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Nikatris, I just would say one more thing. I'm going to send you an email to set this up, but I would like to schedule some time with you one-on-one to drill down on this further, because there's so much content here, and there's so many questions that come into mind when we're talking about transitioning to a more inclusive, equitable culture that I want to understand at a deeper level, and specifically how the commission can help you. This is obviously focused primarily on a roughly 4,700 person organization, but we play a role in that. The currently 4 of us, hopefully fairly soon to be 5 again. So as chair of the commission, this is a priority for me. It's a priority for the entire commission. I'd like to get with you one-on-one and really try and get into a deeper conversation about what our role is, how you see our role, how we can be effective partners as you lead, that we are leading with you, and that we are working with you actively. So that this is not an isolated snapshot kind of, you see us for 25 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times a year, and that we're not engaged. Otherwise, that which falls on us, that we actively get involved in this work in ways that are helpful to you and to the agency and to all of the people who work at ODOT. So I'm going to send you a note today to set that up. And it's not one conversation, it's many conversations. So thank you again for your report. Great report. We are at 10:13, and we have a break scheduled for 10:30, which I want to take. So I'm going to suggest that we flip item F back until its regularly scheduled time of 10:40, which I think will be about when we will get to it, and see if we can't take up item G, which is a 15-minute item, and that's about the amount of time we have. So if absent objection from the commission, I would like to keep us moving until 10:30 and see if we can't cover off on the Transportation Safety Division action item. If Assistant Director Cooper Brown is prepared to take us through that.
Hey, good morning, Chairman Brockman, others, commissioners. I'm happy to take you through. We can jump to that item if that is the preference. So let me make sure I pull up my notes here. Yeah. But good morning all. For the record, Cooper Brown, ODOT's Assistant Director for Operations, and here to speak on this item around a transition that we'd like to make within the department as it pertains to our Transportation Safety Division team. So a little bit of background. ODOT's Transportation Safety Division currently has about 24 employees across the Salem headquarters and our regional offices around the state. The division is made up of 2 separate offices. The Office of Employee Safety, which, as the name implies, focuses on the safety of our broad ODOT team, from employees to contractors, and then the Highway Safety Section, which is responsible for implementing most of our safety programs geared towards users of the system. This includes such things as safety messaging campaigns to driver safety trainings, and many others in between, if you will. It goes without saying, but this TSD team has a critically important mission. They're the ones that are primarily responsible for overseeing both ODOT's internal and external safety initiatives and programs. These professionals are really in the driver's seat for ensuring that our agency delivers on its safety goal, as articulated in the Strategic Action Plan, of preventing fatalities and serious injuries and providing for the safety of all transportation system users, as well as transportation workers. And as you know, TSD's longtime division administrator, Mr. Troy Costales, he officially retired at the end of last month. I believe it was in the previous commission meeting where you celebrated Troy's long 36 years of service. But while Troy's departure is a huge loss for our agency, as is often the case with milestone transitions like his retirement prompted a reevaluation of our organizational structure with an eye towards maximizing efficiency. Based on this evaluation, we believe that we can expand the impact of our safety experts across the agency and by extension to all of those that we serve through an organizational realignment. Specifically, what we're asking of you today, and hoping that you will approve, is that on June 1st of this year, we would move the Office of Employee Safety to our Support Services Division, reporting directly to Support Services Division Administrator. As you all, I think, know, Support Services Division encompasses those branches of the agency that provide, as the name implies, support to all the business lines. So think human resources, facilities management, procurement, and some others. And so we think it makes sense for having the Employee Safety Office sit within the Support Services Division. So that's one component. The second component would be a move to be effective on July 1st of this year of the Transportation Safety Division's Highway Safety Section, that second piece of TSD, henceforth to be called the Transportation Safety Office, moving that to our Driver and Motor Vehicle Services Division, DMV, and reporting directly to the DMV Administrator. We believe these moves will embed our safety experts into areas of the agency responsible for communicating about safety and setting policy even more squarely. With these moves, our leading safety teams will have the opportunity to create new partnerships internally and externally that are vital to the agency and state, and they'll expand our audiences and our outreach and our capabilities. I think these moves are going to promote further collaboration between areas of the agency that historically have worked pretty well together, and they've worked hand in hand across divisions, but make it all the easier for them to work even more closely under one single division. By way of example, our Highway Safety Section in DMV already work very closely to provide critical safety information to employees in Oregonian through a variety of programs, including driver education, which Nicatris mentioned earlier, motorcycle safety training, third-party driving testing, driver safety, and crash reporting. Having all of these efforts under one division roof, if you will make this collaboration even more seamless than it's been in the past. Additionally, the Office of Employee Safety already closely engages with our many support services divisions branches in support of such things as our agency's pandemic response, so establishing social distance officers for all of the facilities where folks aren't working remotely over the last year and a half, as well as our ongoing efforts to modernize and redefine our agency in terms of how we want to work in the future, and more remotely, more modern. But how do we do that safely? There's a clear connection there and a close relationship already between our Office of Employee Safety and Support Services team that's really leading those charges, if you will. So while these changes will affect our internal makeup, the impacts to our stakeholders and partners who receive our grants and who are really the recipients of the programs, these are going to be minimal, and if felt at all, hopefully only positively. Our stakeholders and partners will continue to work with the same ODOT contacts and the same projects, and these organizational changes won't affect the core of any of our safety programs or our grants. So that's the high-level flyover of what we're intending and why. But what we're asking for from you today is a conversation. If you have any concerns and would like to discuss it, I'm happy to discuss it. But ultimately, we're looking for your approval of this organizational change for all those reasons that I mentioned. So with that, again, happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Questions for Assistant Director Brown? Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second?
Or do we need to actually formally request the actual formal motion?
Yeah, I think we need, well, you tell us, Cooper. We have the recommendation. If you go back a slide, Sabrina, we have the recommendation in front of us. So I think we know what the Vice Chair is referring to. So
okay, so Chair Van Brocklin, I move to support the recommendation of the Office of Employee and Safety moving to the Support Services Division on June 1st, and then on July 1st, the Transportation Safety Division's Highway Safety Section be renamed Transportation Safety Office, moves to the Driver and Motor Vehicle Services Division.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been
Commissioner
moved and
Smith, second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion or any discussion? Okay. Vice Chair Simpson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So I think we will take an 8-minute break, return at 10:30. Okay,
Let's take a full 10-minute break.
okay. Our patient says a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 10:32 to hear item F. Enjoy your 10 minutes. Okay, let's see. Lando, are you back?
I am here, sir.
Great. Okay, so well, let's move to agenda item F. And we have Urban Mobility Director Brendan Finn with us, along with Toll Program Director Lucinda Broussard and Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel. So I will turn to Urban Mobility Director Brendan Finn to lead off this segment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Good morning. Should have got that frog out of my throat prior to turning my mute button off. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, good morning. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Thank you for having us here this morning to provide our update to you. Going to be a little bit different than normal. We're going to peel away the onion a little bit to show you some things that are embedded in the Comprehensive Congestion Management and Mobility Plan and some of the work that's happening under it. I also want to recognize a little bit of synchronicity to the presentation you got from Assistant Director Perkins earlier about the Office of Social Equity. We're growing up together. We were established around the same time, and I know the Commission knows that. Much of our work is interwoven so without recognizing the leadership of Assistant Director Perkins, also want to recognize the leadership of Maria Ellis, who is the Economic Equity Manager for the Urban Mobility Office. She reports to both the Urban Mobility Office and the Office of Social Equity. You're going to be learning a little bit today about some of that work that's happening on the ground right now, and it's very exciting. So with that, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, with me today is our Toll Program Director, Lucinda Broussard. We also have some members of our Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee to let you know a little bit about their work that's very exciting, that aligns well with the DNA that Assistant Director Perkins mentioned earlier. I also want to thank Commissioner Smith for your leadership and involvement on that committee, as well as Vice Chair Simpson, who also participated in the beginning part of that effort. So after that, we'll be pivoting to Director Channel, who's going to give you a little update on what's happening around the independent cover assessment that the Commission directed the project to oversee and have, and what's going to be coming up to you in July. As well as some work that's happening on some different alignment options and getting the Commission up to speed on that. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I will now turn it over to our Toll Program Director, Lucinda Broussard, to talk a little about the work that we're doing around equity and the Toll Program. Lucinda, I'll turn it over to you. And you may be on mute because I know I saw you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Lucinda. We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks, Brendan. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. Again, for the record, I'm Lucinda Broussard, the Toll Program Director. This morning, we'll have 3 members of the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee provide an update on the committee's work over the past year. I want to thank the committee for their dedication and hard work trying to answer the question, can tolls be equitable? This is new work, and as I said, since their inception, we are opening doors in the transportation industry, and specifically the toll industry, by being in the forefront of considering what it takes to implement equitable tolls. With us today is Amanda Garcia-Snell from Washington County Community Engagement, Dr. Philip Wu, Oregon Environmental Council, and James Paulson, Work Systems Inc. Board. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to give you an update, and James, I will turn it over to you. James, can you hear us? I don't know if it's having technical issues. Dr. Wu, can I hear you? Are you?
Yeah, I can hear and see you. Yep.
Okay. Amanda?
Yep, I can hear you.
James,
Can you hear
okay, I
me?
think James is calling in. Yeah, I think James is calling in. I see him kind of dialing. So if you could just give us one moment, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes, while we're waiting for James, I just wanted to comment. I've had the privilege of participating with this committee over the last few months, and I will say it's a terrific group of people. They're engaged, they're creative, they're thoughtful, and it's just really been a pleasure to work with them. So I look forward to all the great things coming forward, and I think James is ready.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, I was having some audio trouble to get us started here. So I'm a little disjointed. One thing is you'll notice that I have to look this way because that's where my big monitor is. So sorry, you have to look at the side of my head.
Well, welcome, James. We're glad you're with us. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, for those introductory comments, as well as Director Broussard for your introductory comments. So, James, please proceed.
All right. Well, thank you so much. First off, I'd like to say my name's James Paulson. I'm a native Portlander. I own a small business here in Portland, as well as I serve as the board chair for Work Systems, Inc. and for Frog Ferry. So I bring a lot of workforce focus to this transportation work. All right, if we could go to the next slide, please. All right, well, this slide is just a snapshot of kind of who we are as the EMAC. You'll see we've got a lot of participants there. One of the things that really stands out to me is the amount of participation, not only from the people who are actually EMAC members, but also when you look at how many people participate from the community. At any given meeting, we'll have over 50 people participating. So it's really great to have that level of participation. Another thing is there is a lot of community comments. And so, you know, we take time we set aside a time so that we're able to review those and see if something comes up in those that anyone wants to talk about, which I think is really a good and new way of using our time. And one of the things I really want to point out with this group, much like was said in the intro, that, you know, we have a very dynamic group of people. As far as geographically, we've got representation from all over the region, as well as we've got a really great balance of people with different types of backgrounds that they're bringing to this work, given the type of work that they're doing now or work that they've done in the past. And during this, as we were coming through and doing this work, we came across a gap that we had. And what was really interesting is when we identified that there was a gap and that we didn't have someone that was experiencing a disability that was part of the group really came together and really looked at, well, how can we overcome and get that information so that we're sure that we're getting that voice into the work that we're doing. And so I really thought that that was really impactful as far as how this group has really come together to really try and look at these issues differently. All right, if you would jump to the next slide, please. All right, well, again, we're really looking at really trying to put together an equity process. And what you're going to really see in our presentation today is we want to support the equitable engagement and develop an equitable engagement plan. But really a lot of the work that we need to do is really before that and really kind of framing the conversation and really trying to make sure that all the people on the EMAC are really on the same page. So we've done really some significant work and some significant modeling as to how we're going to provide an equity lens for these goals. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Phil. I hope I got my hand off right.
Yes. Thanks, James. And well, thank you, Chair Van Brockland and members of the commission for having us today. My name is Phil Wu, and yes, I am with the Oregon Environmental Council. In fact, I'm the board president. But my real actual professional background is as a pediatrician, and I am relatively recently retired from Kaiser Permanente, though I continue as a member of the Oregon Convention Center vaccination team. So my background is in healthcare. So this slide that you see, and I think we can scroll to the next slide. Well, back up one. I think we're missing one, or
I think you
something's
got
out
to
of
go one past. You got to go down one addition and come back. Go one. Yeah,
there we
it
go.
is.
Okay, so that's our next slide. So this slide is a graphic depiction of trauma-informed perspective, which is a framework that originated in healthcare. And so EMAC has adapted this, and we offer it to you, the commission, and to ODOT, as a way for all of us to think about our engagement and relationship with communities. So basically, with something like tolling, which has significant impact on communities, it's important for ODOT to understand how it has engaged with communities in the past. EMAC's focus is on communities of color, especially Black Americans and other historically marginalized communities. We know that these communities have been harmed in the past, and there are signs and symptoms of this harm that we can see. We should acknowledge these, and we should act upon them in order to move forward with these communities in a positive and effective manner. So let's walk through this graphic. So at the lower portion, you see the signs and symptoms of community trauma. So let's take the Black community in North Portland as an example. Do we see signs in this community of distress or a sense of loss of place? Do they feel disempowered? Is there some experiencing uncertainty and or disparities with respect to economic status, education, employment, and health? I mean, I think we know the answers to these. And this is basically what community trauma is all about. Now, in the middle, you see what ODOT has committed to do in its relationship and engagement with these communities. So basically acknowledging past injustices, center and empowering the voices of the underserved, committing to work together differently, and engaging in frequent dialogue. So the trauma-informed perspective enumerates a number of approaches that will help ODOT fulfill its commitment, and that is what you see on top. So to highlight a few of these, meet people where they are, eliminate or reduce barriers. Through transparency, create shared trust, and above all, most importantly, avoid re-traumatizing. So all of the members of EMAC feel strongly and very deeply about the importance of this framework. And I'll summarize the trauma-informed perspective with these 4 R's. Realize, recognize, respond, and resist re-traumatization. So with that, I'll transition to Amanda, who will be able to help tell you how we're putting this concept into practice.
Thanks, Phil. Next slide, please. Oops, can you go back one to the equity framework? I think, there we go. So hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I'm Amanda Garcia Snell. I'm the Community Engagement Manager in the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement in Washington County. And I'm also a member of EMAC representing Washington County on EMAC. So the equity framework is the structure for how we apply the trauma-informed perspective that, that Phil described to our equitable approach. So it's a template that we hope will have an ongoing applications beyond EMAC. It informs this work, how this work is accomplished going forward. We the group spent quite a bit of time working on this, and it's important to be intentional and to take time doing this. And so we're very proud of where we're at in this process. It's a new process and it's a new way of thinking that ensures that everyone is involved in changing the dynamic of how we do this work. It's also helping to create measurable, tangible demonstrations of equity in the planning that really holds government agencies accountable in this new process. And as a government employee in Washington County, that's something that we're also focusing on. And so this is really important and exciting work for me to be part of because I really see this accountability and building trust as the way forward to really undo the past harms and to really work to be inclusive and support diversity and have equitable approach to work that we do. So my colleagues on EMAC are incredibly engaged and committed to this structural change and to this approach, working to bringing voices and perspectives of people who are not traditionally or currently included in the planning process. And so the next slide, or the community engagement slide, so 2 slides forward, that one, thanks. So as James and Phil mentioned, the EMAC has quite a few members. We have a very broad perspectives, and we're working to really ensure that we have perspectives from other communities that may have not been initially included in this work. So one of the ways that we do that to really bring those perspectives and voices forward is around building trust. And the best way for government to start that process or to enhance that process is through transparency. And so the equity framework is helping us think about how to follow those steps, but we are really dedicated to the community engagement focus. And so this is how we are really trying to be comprehensive and intentional in how we do this. So EMAC has several community representatives. We're really working to have an impactful community engagement approach, really recognizing the intersectionality. And so in essence, casting a wide net or a wide and dense net with the various perspectives that we have on EMAC. We want to be able to really honor the community perspectives and voices that are being brought forward by making sure that we're sharing information back with communities, that we're being thoughtful and intentional about how we are including voices and perspectives, what we're doing with that information, how we're using their stories and to enhance this work and guide some of this work. And so all of that is just so important and valuable in terms of transparency and trust and the way forward with our equity, diversity, and inclusion. EMAC is helping to direct that community outreach. And so although much of the engagement has been accomplished online, we are really looking forward to being able to hopefully do in-person community conversations in the future, and just really make sure that we're ensuring accessibility and that everyone who should be represented in this work has an opportunity to do so. And
if we go to the next slide.
Next slide. Yeah. All right. This is Phil again. So the process you just heard about from Amanda is, to use a metaphor, an inclusive dining table. And the diners are the impacted communities, EMAC, and ODOT. And the meal consists of these 4 equity outcomes that you see on this slide. We are all consuming this meal at the moment we sit down at the table on day 1. Outside of this dining room, we can refer to these as our goalposts. Now, based on your direction, EMAC is developing recommendations on how to advance equity in order to achieve these goalposts. These recommendations and commitments will not be some vague promises that happen sometime in the future, but will actually start on day 1 of tolling. So now I'm going to pass this back on to James to walk through the plan on how we actually get there.
Thanks, Phil. If we could go one slide, please. Before I get into this slide, I just want to say all of these slides and everything really represent some really great staff support to the EMAC. I mean, these are incredibly great graphics. And what we're looking at here is when we were looking at all the work and the timeline, you know, we're looking at 2 years and lots of steps for people who are not intimately involved with this type of a process. And so it was really quite confusing. And so, you know, we put that forward to staff, and staff was able to kind of put together this kind of roadmap for us. And just because we really don't have enough time, I'm not going to walk through each of the steps of the roadmap, but you can kind of see where we're at here at the spring 2021, excuse me, and how it progresses, and where we can see those crossing points between the work that we're doing at EMAC and the work that you're doing with the OTC. And it helps us to guide where we're going and why we're kind of pushing and why we have the deadlines that we do. But I think this is a very good graphical representation of kind of our process forward. And with that, we wanted to make sure, because I think that there needs to be a lot of collaboration between our two groups. And so we wanted to give time if there were any questions that anyone had or input that anyone wanted to give us.
Commission members? Comments?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate everybody's time, effort, and sweat equity put into this work. It's been a lot of years that we've been doing this, and being involved very early on these conversations and doing due diligence and outreach and engagement with the broader community around this. You know, I'm going to just say tolling. You know, whatever people want to refer to it as, user system, congestion pricing. It's a revenue and alternative way in which we can use transportation in the future for our state. So I just want to again commend you guys for all your efforts and time and investment into this. I know it's not simple, and again in Oregon, obviously, when we invest and engage in new things that are outside the box, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And I just appreciate your guys' patience in working through that uncomfortability, not only just working on something new outside the box, but also dealing with all of and working alongside all of the stakeholders and activists who are very active and vocal about these changes they're seeing in the urban core as it relates to transportation. So, and Mr. Paulson, good to see you.
Good to see you, Orlando. It's been a while.
Yeah, I would just add quickly to that I just adopt all of the vice chair's comments and thank him actually, because when I came onto the commission, Orlando was the only member of the commission that was on the commission then that's on the commission now when I joined it in 2017. The first thing I did when I became chair was to appoint Orlando as vice chair. So we have been working together on a variety of things, including this, for my entire tenure on the commission. I just want to thank you for all the work you're doing, both in terms of equity and inclusion, but also on a project that is brand new to the state. So I really view this as two things happening. One is we're trying to do something new in the form of tolling, something that the state is unfamiliar with, and there's strong views about. I'll just say that, just as the idea of paying tolls is a new idea, and there's a mix of views on that. But that the second thing is that we're trying to do it in a new way, which you're describing now. So something new substantively is a funding demand management, all of that list of things people think about when they think about the purpose of tolling. But then we're also trying to do it in this new way that you're talking about, which is in an equitable, inclusionary way. And so we're actually really pioneering something that is never probably been done before. If you think those two things together, something that's really never been done before, to my knowledge, anywhere else, certainly in the United States that I'm aware of. And so that's exciting, and it's a little intimidating. And so we are really pleased to have such a talented group working with us to figure it out. And we want to figure it out with you. And we really appreciate all of your time and effort. I know this is all, the four of us who are on the commission are all volunteers, and I know what that means. It's on top of lots of other things you're doing, and you're doing it out of your love for the community and for the state, as are we. And so we really are partners in an endeavor as citizens. And so I'm very excited about this, and I'm learning a lot just listening to your presentation. So thank you for coming this morning. Thank you to all the EMAC members, and just thank you to the broader community engagement in this. And I was really pleased to hear how high the engagement is, because we are in a pandemic. We are not in our usual ways of working. And so you would anticipate maybe a fall off of involvement and engagement, but that's not what I'm hearing. And I'm delighted to hear that, because we're going to need a lot of community engagement and understanding of these ideas in order to get people comfortable with them. So thank you for everything. And we look forward to more leadership and partnership with you.
And one last thing, sorry, Chair. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Smith for giving me a breather. I kept calling for, Coach Strickler. I need a break right now. I'm gasping air. So she definitely stepped in and has been a valuable resource for us. And I would assume that for the folks on the EMAC, she's very she's obviously a great person to work with. So I'm happy that one of us is obviously involved in the process as well.
Yeah, and I should have said that myself. I really appreciate when I asked Commissioner Smith to join EMAC in light of the fact that Vice Chair Simpson is involved in so many things, as is Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Brown. So every time I ask him to do something, it's on top of several other things I've already asked them to do. So I really appreciate Sharon stepping up on this, and that's her providing a lot of value she does in anything she's involved in. So thanks all the way around. EMAC members included you, Sharon. So I wasn't thinking of you when I was saying that. So thank you all again. I don't know if Commissioner Brown would like to say something on this.
I would. Thank you for acknowledging me. I did unmute myself so you could see I was ready to say something.
You're chomping at the bit.
I am. Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank the entire committee for the presentation. And I was just looking at the picture of them all smiling in the Zoom meeting, which is not always something you see happen in a Zoom meeting. So that was nice. But the one thing that I wanted to comment on was I was thrilled to see the trauma-informed perspective brought into it. I know that former Representative Buckley from Ashland area has been working on projects down here to really help our community understand what trauma-informed perspective is. And I'm just really thrilled to see that it's included in this. So thank you for your work and volunteering. It's never easy. We're all very busy people, and I'm sure that a lot of Oregonians are appreciative to your work. So thank you.
So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair of the Commission, and thank you, committee members. I'm going to now turn it over to Director Channel for an update on Rose Quarter.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Sorry, great presentation and a great panel. So I really appreciate your putting this together. Director Channel.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. First and foremost, I want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. And we can see you.
All right. Well,
Perfect, even better. So for the record, I'm Megan Channel. I'm the Rose Quarter Project Director. So as Brendan mentioned earlier, I'm here to provide an update on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. Really sharing an update on design, including a design option that we are considering and an overview of the independent highway cover assessment process, really in anticipation of your July meeting, where we'll be bringing forward highway cover design options and asking for your direction on how to proceed with the highway cover design. So next slide. Before I get into those details, as you know, the Rose Quarter Project addresses key transportation needs and is a significant opportunity to catalyze and support community development in the local Albina area and achieve benefits for the communities that we serve. So when we look at I-5 specifically, we expect to see up to a 50% reduction in crashes, as well as saving drivers nearly 2.5 million hours of travel delay each year, improving traffic flow for our traveling public and freight, and providing new space for emergency responders and buses to move through traffic more quickly via the shoulders. In regards to new community connections, which include the new space that we're contemplating and creating on top of I-5 with the highway covers, these are helping to support safer streets, working to knit together the Albina community, and again, serving as a catalyst for that future surrounding development in support of the community vision for the area. I also want to highlight that the project is about creating jobs and opening up unprecedented opportunities for participation from our disadvantaged business enterprise, or DBE community. We know that over $100 million of the project work is anticipated for the DBE specific communities on this project. Our project's construction management and general contractor, or CMGC, approach in partnership with Hamilton Sunt Joint Venture and in association with Raymore Construction is very much focused around breaking down barriers that typically would prevent DBEs from bidding on projects with ODOT, about involving DBEs early with technical assistance, and really about building a career pipeline of future construction workers to support the intergenerational wealth, both now and into the future. So we have an exciting opportunity ahead of us here. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. In regards to the design, I wanted to make sure that we're revisiting what's planned on the I-5 main line, really based on the consistent direction since the 2012 planning phase. So the I-5 mainline improvements include the addition of one new auxiliary lane in each direction on I-5 between I-84 to the south and I-405 to the north, as well as full inside and outside safety shoulders in those locations. So on your screen, you'll see a map on the left that shows where these improvements would be added. And then the diagram on the right of the screen illustrates both the existing conditions compared to the planned improvements. And I believe this is a slide that you have seen before, but wanted to bring it forth again and just explain that the existing through lanes are shown in dark blue in both conditions on the diagram. And these represent the existing travel lanes. The existing auxiliary lanes in this segment are shown in light blue. And then the new auxiliary lanes and then where the full shoulders would be added are shown in orange. And again, the new southbound auxiliary lane would extend the existing auxiliary lane from Greeley Avenue and I-405 to the Morrison Bridge exit to the south. And then the new northbound auxiliary lane would connect I-84 entrance in the south to the I-405 and Greeley exits to the north. So again, this design is consistent with what was approved by the Commission and Portland City Council back in 2012 as part of the facility plan planning phase, what was included as part of House Bill 2017, what we evaluated in the environmental review documents and was approved by Federal Highway Administration in 2020, what we costed and articulated in the 2020 cost to complete report, and what has been and continues to be part of our design plans moving forward. As it relates to the I-5 mainline design on the next slide, I wanted to share with you that in the, if we could go to the next slide. All right, we'll get to the next slide in a moment, but I will keep going here in the interest of time. In the northern portion of the project area near Harriet Tubman Middle School, we are exploring a design option on the I-5 mainline. So our project team is evaluating this design option that would shift the northern portion of the project's highway alignment to the west, really exploring an option that would not move I-5 any closer to the school site. So instead of shifting the alignment to the east to provide the needed space for the new auxiliary lane and shoulders, the alignment would be shifted to the west to accommodate those improvements. And so this design option is first and foremost being explored to minimize technical and construction concerns, but exploring this option to align to the west also responds to Portland Public Schools and community concerns just around the proximity of the project improvements to Harriet Tubman Middle School. So we are bringing this to you early. We're at the very early stages of that evaluation and are in the process of discussing this option with the two most impacted parties as part of this, Portland Public Schools, with the current design being proximate there, as well as Shin Shin Foods, which is a property to the west that has the potential to be impacted under the new design option. So we're in active communication to understand how that option might affect this property. So we'll continue to share the design option information with our partners in the community through our Historic Albina Advisory Board, Executive Steering Committee, as well as plans to engage the broader Harriet Tubman Middle School community and Shin Shin Foods employees, and we'll be sharing more information and gathering feedback. So the overall timeline for us considering this is now through mid-July, at which point our design team will be recommending a preferred option. And
so
then
Megan, let me just, can I just ask a question on
Sure,
these
yes,
slides?
please.
Because I think we
Please,
need
Chair.
to be asking questions as we're going through, so we make sure we are focusing on what each slide's saying to us. So this little yellow notation on the slide furthest to the right, that does not widen towards Harriet Tubman Middle School. So does our right-of-way today go to that line? In other words, will we be we would not be moving toward the school at all in terms of the improvement right-of-way?
That is correct. So for the realignment design concept, so aligning to the west, so the image that's on the right of your screen would maintain sort of the current line of where I-5 is located today within ODOT's existing right-of-way, and would not have a real property impact to Harriet Tubman Middle School.
So in that slide, we're moving this 26-foot piece that was initially envisioned to go on that, to move that line 26 feet closer, and we're just putting that over on the other side of the freeway, right? Which might then impact Shin Shin Food, but that's the idea, is to just move it in its entirety, that particular. So the brown goes away, and doesn't go away. But the extension to the north and east now goes to the south and west in the black space, right?
Right, yeah, we know that we need added space to accommodate the auxiliary lane, the new auxiliary lane and the shoulders. And so instead of creating that added space to the east, closer to Harriet Tubman Middle School, this design option would create that added space by realigning to the west and expanding there to provide that accommodation.
And that's the 26-foot shift on the left slide, right? That's what you're referring to.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that I'm tracking impacts and existing right-of-way. So on the slide on the left, that was the initial plan, showing a 26-foot shift in the pavement towards Harriet Tubman Middle School. That 26-foot shift would be within existing right-of-way? Or do we need additional right-of-way for?
Yeah, Commissioner Smith, it is, the majority of it is within ODOT right-of-way. There is a portion of Portland Public School property that extends down into that vegetated slope that would be required to accommodate the existing design concept in that 26-foot shift.
Okay, so predominantly the slide on the left even though we would be adding pavement towards the middle school along the kind of width of the school itself is not an additional right-of-way.
There is for the slide on the left, so the 26-foot shift that would go closer to Harriet Tubman Middle School. There is a small portion of Portland Public School property that would be required for that we would need to purchase to accommodate the aux lane and the shoulder by shifting
but it's not
on the right side.
Next to the building. It's not next to the building.
It's on the vegetated slope between the building and I-5.
Okay, and then also on the left-hand slide, the expansion of pavement towards the Shin Foods, that is all within existing right-of-way?
So the alignment to so on the right side, I want to make sure I'm tracking your question correctly, Commissioner. On the right side, if we shift to the west, that would
still on the left side. The left slide still.
Okay, so
I'm just
on
trying
the
to understand the current configuration. What are the right-of-way impacts in this design? And then I'm going to ask the same question on the right-hand slide.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner. So on the left side, there would be no new property required on the west side. So Shin Foods would not be impacted under the current design. The existing structure in that location would stay in its current configuration.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what the left-hand slide impacts are to both properties. So turning now to the right-hand slide, can you explain the same context in terms of right-of-way and pavement and acquisition?
Absolutely. So on the right-hand slide, with the design option that we are considering, the existing pavement line and the location of the retaining wall on the east side, so close to Harriet Tubman Middle School, would remain where it is. So on the east side, no new property would be acquired. On the west side, we would be widening that structure, and it would require new private property that is not currently under ownership for ODOT, with a potential impact to Shin Foods, which is a proximate business in that location. And as we are early in this, our design team is, of course, looking at all options that would minimize any of those private property impacts. So we'll be learning more about that in the coming months.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we're going to be asked to balance impacts to the middle school versus impacts to the Shin Foods, which is an ongoing business, and look at the trade-offs. And I want to make sure that when we do this, we're doing it through our equity lens.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner.
Other questions on this slide? Vice Chair, I know you've been deeply involved in this and continue to be chairing the Executive Steering Committee and in other ways. So if there's anything you want to say about this concept of moving to the west, which is in its nascent stage, and there's a lot of work to do to determine what the impacts would be, what the willingness of the private business would be to consider it, which my understanding is that there has been some initial contact. Whether Vice Chair, you've got anything to add on this specific concept to what Megan's already said?
Chair, no, I don't at the moment. I'm obviously familiar that we're considering other design options, and Megan's been keeping me pretty apprised of these different concepts that they're considering looking into as a staff and a team, alongside with everything they're hearing and the feedback they're getting from the other committee groups and other stakeholders in this process. So I would would say that I think Megan is trying to do the best she can to address a lot of different concerns and perspectives in a very complex and awkwardly located highway system in an urban corridor in an urban area. So
that was built in
I would
1962.
just defer. Yeah, so I would defer at this moment and let her complete her presentation. And I think it's an opportunity for Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Smith, and yourself, if there are things that you guys aren't fully dialed in on, to definitely fire away questions and pick it apart, please.
Okay. Okay. Absent any other question on this at the moment, let's move forward. Go ahead, Megan.
All right. So I'll go to the next slide, switching gears here for an update on the independent highway cover assessment process. So really at the direction of the commission, we did initiate the independent highway cover assessment last year, and we're nearing a point of returning to you with this deliverable and asking for your direction. So I'm sharing with you a slide that has been prepared by our independent assessment team, led by ZGF Architects. The independent highway cover assessment team is conducting an independent analysis of the highway cover designs to identify design scenarios that best align with the community's vision. And the independent team is tasked with understanding the goals and objectives of stakeholders in the area, specifically the Black community and the historic Albina community, to generate potential highway cover scenarios and assessing the impacts and benefits of those scenarios. So per your direction, the independent highway cover team is tasked with developing up to 3 scenarios for your consideration and deliberation under the guide of 3 questions. So first is, how can the project serve community aspirations for the highway covers within the areas of potential impact defined in the environmental assessment? The second is, what modifications to the current design and configuration of the highway covers would be needed to reflect a broader community vision for development of the project area? And then third is, what architectural and engineering considerations feasibly promote economic development and growth potential in line with the marketplace for 3 development scenarios assessed. So the independent team has held 2 rounds of community workshops to develop initial design concepts. These have been shared and circulated for review and feedback with the community, including our Historic Albina Advisory Board and our Executive Steering Committee. And I specifically want to thank Vice Chair Simpson as the chair of our Executive Steering Committee for being part of and providing leadership and feedback throughout that process. So Commission, between now and your July meeting, the independent team will be evaluating and refining those initial design concepts based on the community and committee feedback to date, preparing the up to 3 scenarios for you, as well as providing cost and constructability information and information around governance and financing strategies and the potential for moving forward. So again, at your July meeting, you'll be presented with up to 3 scenarios for consideration with an ask to provide the project team with that direction on how best to proceed with the highway cover design. So we can go, I've got one more slide. So as we continue with this work, well, I will keep going. As we continue with this work, we're doing so under the guide of our adopted project values and in partnership with our advisory and steering committee meetings. Specifically, we have several joint committee meetings coming up over the upcoming weeks. The first is on Tuesday next week, May 18th, that will continue to inform the independent highway cover assessment process. And we just truly look forward to continuing to work with the community, elevating the voices of the Black community in our decision-making process and ensuring that any work forward really represents a broad base of support from the historic Albina community. So thank you for the opportunity to share the update this morning. Brendan, I will turn it back to you for a quick closeout, and then I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Megan.
Yes, thank you, Director Channel. I think we can go to one more slide, or Sabrina, if you can forward them. Still want to make time, if there's any part of this that there's any questions or comments from the commission, want to make sure before we close it out we address those, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So I'll pause for a moment and let you solicit that from your colleagues to see if there's any other clarifications, questions, or comments.
So are there any such things, members of the commission? Okay. So if that completes your report, Brendan, or does it?
Well, it does. I was hoping for that last slide for Vice Chair Simpson, because there's one of those stock photos that we have that we show in every presentation. So, but I'm glad we didn't, because next time we're going to have a new modern one that.
I want to see. I need to see the Astoria Bridge again. Can we get the Astoria Bridge up?
I think ours is the Fremont Bridge. I think we show the Fremont Bridge every time. So okay. At any rate, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate you accommodating our update today, and I'll step down there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Director, and also Director Channel. And please hang close for follow-up questions as we move into the action item on this. So as members of the commission and Director Channel and Director Strickler and Director Finn know, my thinking on this was that it would be helpful at this stage, because there have been questions that have arisen in the last several months, including the ones you heard this morning from Joe Courtright, that my thought on that was that we needed to provide some kind of statement of direction as a commission to the agency. And so I, working with the agency, prepared a resolution, which is in your materials. Let me just say a few things. The commission provided direction to the agency in January of 2020 on a range of things, a long list of items that we wanted the agency to work on, as you all remember. And this resolution is not intended to replace that. It is additive. It is not instead of. And so we want all of the work that we have been working on to continue, specific to that direction which the commission provided in January of 2020. But it felt like this might be a good time to have, since there have been some specific questions that were not addressed, because in that, not listed as things to work on in that 2020 directive, it seemed to me that some kind of updated statement from the commission would be, and direction would be useful. This resolution is not intended to be comprehensive either. It is more intended to kind of focus in on a few things, some of which we've discussed during this presentation. So there are a number of whereases. I won't go through the whereases, but I think that they lay out important aspects of the history of the Albina communities, the impact to the community over the last many decades, and then specific things with respect to the design and elements of the project. The whereases then lead into a set of directives. There are 5 of them, and the first one relates to the discussion we just had on Harriet Tubman Middle School, to look at the alternative to the west and come back on that and provide a recommendation or a set of alternatives, or however that's presented. The second is to implement air quality and noise mitigation measures consistent with our NEPA process and the finding of no significant impact by the federal agency, which was responsible for that, or the lead agency, which is FHWA. The third is related to utilizing the Executive Steering Committee and other partner engagement tools related to defining investment commitments to the project area that are contributive to restorative justice in the Albina community. I view that as including the CAP, which we'll be hearing about as Director Chan was just describing shortly. That work is ongoing. I didn't feel the need to go into detail on that with respect to the CAPs because that work is not completed and we all know it's coming. So I think, but I want to be clear that it's implicit in Section 3 of the resolution. Section 4 moves to this question, which has been raised by Mr. Courtright and others about what are the design elements. And I think the slide that we went through, the slides that we went through, and specifically the slide showing how the kind of how the lanes work gets us into the discussion of through lanes, auxiliary lanes, and the shoulders. And that is Section 4 is very specific about widths and lengths. That the two new auxiliary lanes would be approximately 1.7 miles long. They're not continuing lanes. They're not through lanes. They're auxiliary. That they come as add-ons really to the existing auxiliary lanes to kind of complete them out into a rational effort to try and address one of the biggest choke points on the entire I-5 system, if not the biggest freight mobility choke point that we have on the entire corridor, Mexico to Canada. And one of the others is the Interstate Bridge. Those are ranked, I believe, among the 30 biggest choke points on the entire interstate system nationally. So they're the reason that the Rose Quarter project was identified by the state legislature and signed into law by Governor Brown as an area that needed to be addressed. And the Rose Quarter project, as has been mentioned, is a project that is in the local plans. It's in the city's plan. I believe it's in Metro's plan. So Megan can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but the local plans have had this project in their systems, their transportation system plans for at least 10 years, if not longer. And they're still there today. So these are projects that have been, this is a project that's been identified as priority at the local level, not just at the state level. And finally, the last section is really about schedule, because we have funding for this project. It's partial funding, as we learned in the cost estimate last January. It's about $450 to $500 million in funding for a project that was last January of 2020 estimated to be somewhere between $715 million and $790 million in costs. So it's insufficient funding, but at least it's part of the funding. And that doesn't, of course, include how we'd finance the CAP in partnership with others, or what our role would be in the CAP. What I mean is how the CAP would be funded. So this last section is really dealing with funding availability, maximizing value, generating community benefit as soon as possible, and focusing on maximum available investment in the Albina community, all with as minimum a schedule delay as we can muster, so that we're actually moving something forward to address an area that is congested approximately 12 hours a day currently, and is headed in the wrong direction absent investment in it. So these problems are not going to go away without some action to try and alleviate congestion in this area. So that's a verbose summary of the sections, but that's the idea. So I'd like to open it for discussion on the resolution and any questions or clarifications that your mobility office representatives might answer with respect to the resolution. I appreciate people working with me on this, and I think we're at a point we need to say some things. And finally, specifically to the question of width in Section 4, we talk about total width of all elements as being 140, not being in excess of 146 feet. So that's specifically to answer that question, which has come up several times in our public comments over the last several meetings. Questions on the resolution? Comments on the resolution?
Yeah, I have a
Mr.
comment,
Smith.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Smith speaking. I just wanted to thank you for laying out very clearly the direction that that the commission has given to the department and in collaboration with the department. I wanted to be very clear what we are doing and what we are not doing. And we are first and foremost implementing the direction from the legislature, a bill that Governor Brown signed. And we do not have a choice to not proceed. We have been legislatively mandated to deliver this project, and that's our charge. What we can do is make sure that we do it in a way that is through our equity lens, and I'm minded of the trauma-informed perspective that some of the feedback that we're getting comes from a place of trauma-informed, and that there's a lot of hard feelings and understandable feelings about the historical inequities that this freeway system created when it was built. And we can't undo that, but we can go forward in such a way that respects that. And so for all the folks that don't like it or don't like aspects of it, I understand why. And I think we're doing the best we can to move forward in a way that is respectful of that. And so every criticism we get, I think we need to listen to. Having said all of that, I think we are listening. We're not going to do it in a way that makes everybody happy, but I think we need to continue with our approach and be very clear about what we're building and what we're not building. And I think your resolution lays that out nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I agree with your comments both about this being a mandated project by the legislature to address a statewide problem, and also really an interstate problem, and also to be listening as we've trying to and continue to try to through the design phase and into the engineering and construction phases to try and balance all of these values, and they're all present here. There are economic values, there are social values, there are historic racial values. They're all here, and we hear a lot, frankly, from some quarters that focuses in on one value. First, it's a mandated project. We cannot not do it. It's in state statute. And secondly, we have to balance the values, as you've just said. And in balancing them, no one's going to be completely happy. But we also have a clear and present problem that the legislature has identified and wants addressed, and it wants addressed in terms of further investment in this system, in this place. And we have to recognize and implement that. And we are really, we're implementing, we're trying to do it in as thoughtful way as possible. So other comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Commissioner Brown.
I just wanted to thank you for putting this together, and I believe that the document really spells out the direction that the commission wants to go. I've listened to a lot of the frustration from not only the public, but also from commission members who are serving on these committees on how difficult it has been. And I think that this really lays out a path for us to, and understanding for everyone where we stand on the project. So I appreciate it. I think it's a good document.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair, any comments from you on this?
Yeah, I think it comes at a very important moment that this document be presented and put on the table. So I appreciate the work that has gone into this. But I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work that has been invested by Region 1 and the Urban Mobility Office on this. This is a beyond complex scenario. Obviously, Mr. Finn has dealt with a lot of massive infrastructure projects in his days at the city, so he's very familiar and he has a lot of scar tissue. So it doesn't really bother him. He stays diligent and focused on moving things forward and making sure that he's addressing those concerns that are brought to him on a daily, if not hourly basis. So I first and foremost, while the rest of the commission is here, I want to thank and acknowledge Brendan and Megan and the rest of the team and all the work that they've done and sacrificed and the sleepless nights and the challenges that they've had to encounter along this process. And again, it's not like it's gonna stop. They're gonna continue, if not even amplify. And so I'm adamant that we have really good characters on our team, very great professionals that are moving something forward that is transformational. And to me personally, as somebody who's always been pushing this agency on sustainability, I even remember I brought up sustainability in my Senate approval hearing. It was like 7 years ago, and they're looking at me like, "What are you talking about?" You know. but it's reality, right? Because we want to make sure that we're serving the most important elements in our society, which is sustaining our planet, taking care of our economic stability within our region, but then more importantly, focusing and putting a strong emphasis on people, human capital, because we're nothing without human beings. None of this exists without us. So I really think that the team has embraced that concept and those values and are definitely creating something that I genuinely believe will be a model for our country in terms of how you move forward massive infrastructure projects in urban communities or any community for that matter. Brendan and I had an interesting conversation about this actually, and he was like, "Man, I think this could actually be like some part of a course in a college one day on how to work within urban communities in complex situations like this," and so, or somebody's thesis paper. But all that to say is I'm humbled for everything that everybody's done. This is not easy. This is beyond complex. I don't want to put a spotlight and divest a lot of energy into a lot of the negative perceptions that are coming towards this project and the team and the agency. I will say, when I was actually last night, I was sitting and thinking, I was like, man, I've been involved with ODOT as a commission for 7 years, and I've told people that the commission takes about a quarter of my time. So that is roughly a little over 3,500 hours of time that has been committed to this agency. And to see what's happened with this agency ever since I first came in, at the age of like 31, it's been eye-opening. It's humbling to see where the agency was and where it's actually going. And for those that are not that don't support that or don't acknowledge that, that's fine. That's okay, because it's a marathon. Nothing's going to change overnight. And so for everything that everybody has sacrificed, even yourself, Chair, and the other commissioners, and many that I've seen have come and gone, I appreciate what everybody is doing to move not only this agency forward, but the state forward, and really uplifting communities and thinking about how we're going to take this state into the 21st century. Everything that's happening on this project, I think, embodies all of those values and principles and ethics and morals that we're trying to instill within the agency so that we can come out of this as a leading transportation agency for our country and an example of how you do these types of things around our country, if not our world. So I just appreciate everything everyone's doing, and I like the resolution.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for everything you've done. Clearly, you've been a tremendous leader on this from the beginning. The beginning of your tenure on the commission and all the way through. So, and thank you to everyone that has touched this. This has got to be the most interesting and demanding project that we have. With that, I'd entertain a motion for adoption of the resolution.
So moved, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith moves adoption of the resolution providing direction to the Oregon Department of Transportation on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Simpson, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Resolution's adopted. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to item H. I think Assistant Director Brown and Region 1 Manager Ryan Winsheimer are responsible for this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Again, good morning, Commissioners. I am, again, for the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT. And for this topic, as you mentioned, I'm going to be joined this morning by ODOT's Region 1 Manager, Ryan Winsheimer. Next slide, please, Sabrina. And Vice Chair Simpson, I realized to your previous comment about our PowerPoint visuals that I need to up my picture game here. So I'll make sure we do that for the next go round. I think I used the same one on the last presentation.
Well, I think this is new in terms of today's meeting. I was just referring to the ones that have been used for the past, I don't know, year maybe. So you're all right so far.
Good. All right, good. Well, I'll still see if I can add some more to the portfolio there. So let me just start with a declarative statement, and I touched upon this obliquely in my presentation earlier today on the Transportation Safety Division reorganization. Safety is and always will be a top concern for our agency. That's the statement. And in the spirit of continual improvement and growth, we're going to always be looking for ways that we can improve our impacts in this space. To do otherwise, to Director Strickler's comments earlier this morning, frankly, would be a dereliction of our duty because our decisions in the space have immediate and life-altering implications for the individuals, for the families, and for the communities that we serve. It's in this spirit that we recognize that we can do more in the pedestrian safety space. As Representative Pham described this morning, there have been 2 tragic pedestrian fatalities on 82nd Avenue in Portland in recent weeks, and others, unfortunately, in other corridors in Portland and around the state as recently as yesterday. The recent research that we have done here within ODOT demonstrates that people who earn low wages and are from Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities make up a disproportionate percentage of pedestrians. I think we know that. And by extension, low-wage earners and BIPOC individuals make up a disproportionate percentage of people injured or killed in pedestrian-related crashes. The point here that I'm trying to make is that there's a clear nexus between pedestrian and active transportation safety and equity. Now, through our programs, through the All Roads Transportation Safety Program that I know y'all are familiar with, known as the ARTS program, through our Safe Routes to School infrastructure program, our sidewalk improvement, pedestrian and bicycle strategic investment programs, our agency invests over $50 million annually in purely safety improvements across our state, both on state and local roads. This rate of safety investment marks a historic high for our department. It's more than we've ever provided before. And the improvements that we make through these programs, all of the ones I just mentioned, are identified through a data-driven prioritization of the roads and intersections in most urgent need of improvements, as well as some thoughtful planning on timing and how best to leverage these investments to maximize their benefits across programs and with other investments we're making across the system. However, in some instances, these programs and these programmatic investments, it can take years to get into place. And so it's in recognition of this that we're proposing a new initiative that invests $10 million to immediate safety improvements on those roadways and at those intersections with demonstrated trends of pedestrian-related incidents. Important to note, these funds would come from unallocated House Bill 2017 safety funds that are slated to go already to our different regions, to our 5 regions, to support safety needs. Of this $10 million, our plan would be to invest $3.35 million to address the immediate needs on 82nd Avenue in Portland, which Ryan will describe further here in a moment. The remaining roughly $7 million would be dedicated to improve pedestrian safety along portions of state highways across all of Oregon, as identified through a data-informed pedestrian safety trends analysis and through close coordination with our local partners. So with your approval, we'll begin to do all of this work and identify these corridors and these specific investments beyond 82nd Avenue today. And the idea is that all of these improvements through this initiative will be in place no later than this fall of 2021. The point is that they are rapidly implementable in order to have a rapid and appreciable impact right now in the immediate near term. So with these immediate improvements, plus our other longer-term safety investments made through the previously mentioned programs, we can substantially improve pedestrian safety in those areas and for those communities most in need of it. Now, this $10 million investment is just the start. If approved, we will couple these investments with an independent external review of all of our ODOT programs related to pedestrian safety. The idea here is that we want to have an independent set of eyes come in and help us find a long-term programmatic solution for augmenting, excuse me, that frog from Brendan's throat, I guess, made its way to mine. The plan, though, again, excuse me, is for us to figure out what is the right long-term programmatic solution to augment our pedestrian safety investments with these more rapidly deliverable improvements of the like that we're talking about for this initial tranche of $10 million. The idea is that we bring back this analysis and recommended long-term solution to you all later this year. So that's the overview of what we're proposing here. I will turn it over to Ryan to walk you through some of the specific improvements we'll implement immediately on 82nd Avenue in Portland. But before I do, I want to note a couple things. First, I want to give kudos to Ryan, to the Region 1 team, and to the many other offices and individuals who've been involved in this work for really leaning into identifying and expediting these important immediate improvements. Second, the improvements that Ryan's going to be walking you through provide a good flavor of the types of projects, albeit not exclusive, of what we'll be considering with our local partners on the other corridors with immediate pedestrian safety needs over the coming weeks. So with that, I will turn it over to Region 1 Manager, Mr. Winsheimer. It's all yours. Next slide, please, Sabrina.
Thank you. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the ODOT Region 1 Manager. As you've heard from Assistant Director Brown, this has already been a particularly tragic year in terms of traffic-related fatalities. Last Saturday, May 8th, the Portland Police Bureau announced they've seen 26 traffic-related fatalities within the city of Portland. That's marking a 100% increase over the same time last year. And as Cooper mentioned, I'm also sad to report that 2 of those fatalities were pedestrians killed on an ODOT facility. As you heard during public comment this morning, last month 2 pedestrians were killed in separate crashes within a block of each other on 82nd Avenue. And this month, we've already experienced 2 pedestrian fatalities on TV Highway, the latest occurring just yesterday morning. So the need for immediate action to improve pedestrian safety has never been clearer. And I truly appreciate the Commission's willingness to consider approving this initiative on such short notice. Advancing $10 million of state safety funds will allow us to respond immediately with on-the-ground improvements to reduce the likelihood of tragedies like this in the future. The first corridor to see improvements will be 82nd Avenue. The map on this slide, which I don't think we got to the next slide yet. I don't know if you guys can see the map yet. There we go, thank you. On this slide show we've invested nearly $27 million over the last 10 years. It also shows how we've programmed $29 million for delivery over the next 5. But as I just said, the need for making new pedestrian safety improvements immediately this year is evident. To address this pressing need, the purple projects on this map have been developed over the last 2 weeks by the traffic safety professionals in Region 1 to have an immediate impact on the safety of pedestrians using 82nd Avenue. First, and I think most importantly, last week the state traffic engineer signed an order to reduce the speed on 82nd Avenue within the city of Portland from 35 miles an hour to 30. Lowering the speed will have an immediate impact, giving drivers more time to see and react, hopefully avoiding collisions altogether. And in addition, when crashes involving pedestrians do occur, lowering the speed from 35 to 30, the survival rate of pedestrians goes up by 50%. That's a really big deal. You can understand why we're anxious to get those new signs up quickly. So good news is that the 30-mile-per-hour signs have already been fabricated, and our maintenance crews are going to begin installing them next week. In addition, we'll be installing driver feedback signs at 10 locations within the corridor to help reinforce the speed limit change. My staff's meeting with the City of Portland team this morning to meet with them to determine the exact models of signs to be used, since they're going to be potentially maintaining them, so making sure that we're in a coordinated effort trying to identify the right signs. And then our electrical crews are going to be installing those just as soon as they arrive. So referring back to the purple projects on the map, we're also proposing to enhance crossings at existing signals, improve visibility and function of 3 existing unsignalized crossings, and installing new enhanced pedestrian crossings as well. It's a little difficult to see here on this map, but if you look at number 5 and number 6, number 5 is crossing improvements at Webster, and number 6 is crossing improvements at Alberta, and those are up in the top of the map. Both of those directly address the 2-block section where we saw the 2 pedestrian fatalities last month. At Webster, we're going to be making signal modifications, installing crosswalk markings, pedestrian countdown timers, reflective signage, illumination, and a new sidewalk connection. At Alberta, we're planning to add center median island striping, sighting improvements, and illumination this summer. And a rapid flashing beacon will be installed there too, just as soon as we can get that ordered and installed. Number 4 on the map, and I'm sorry if you can't read all that detail there, refers to locations of existing pedestrian islands. We're going to be updating with reflective signage, some new paint, new striping, the installation of reflectors and illumination at Wygant, at Hawthorne, and on Cooper. Number 7 is really addressing Southeast Woodward, which is near the Fubon Shopping Center, a very popular location for pedestrians. We're proposing to install, again, countdown timers, pedestrian lead intervals that help give pedestrians time to start through the crosswalk before vehicles turn, and of course, restriping and improving visibility. And number 8 on the map is Southeast Mitchell, where we were already planning to install a rapid flashing beacon in the next couple of years. It's one of these projects that we have programmed in the STIP and at a location we know is an issue that we need to address. These funds are going to help us advance that installation to happen this summer instead of a couple of years from now. So beyond the purple projects on this map, we're collaborating with the City of Portland and TriMet, asking for their help. We're relocating bus stops so they more closely align with the enhanced crossings, collaborating on design, sharing delivery resources, and continuing to explore additional opportunities to improve safety together, including supporting a federal earmark request to bring even more resources to this effort. And I know there's a lot of detail, but I really wanted to provide you with a good, clear picture of the types of improvements to expect here on 82nd, and also the other corridors in the state. These are the kinds of improvements that I think you're going to be able to see happening soon. Next slide. One last thing I wanted to share is that beyond the engineering solutions I shared, Region 1's partnering with the Transportation Safety Division and Active Transportation section to speed and spread the ODOT safety messages far and wide. We've had great success with our Every Intersection is a Crosswalk campaign, you may remember from the past, and we're really excited to help get these messages out through print, social media, any way we can to help raise safety awareness at statewide level. And we're looking out for each other, something all travelers should be doing regardless of mode, and this effort is going to provide benefits across all system ownership lines not just on ODOT facilities. So with that, I'd like to ask for your approval of the program. And Cooper, if there's anything else you'd like to mention before we move on.
No, Ryan, thank you. So commissioners, really over to you. Ryan and I are happy to answer questions about the broader initiative or any of the projects that he just outlined on 82nd. But with that, maybe we can pull up our tried and true and lovely discussion slide. I think it's the last one. Back to you, Chair Van Brocklin.
Thank you both very much for the presentation. I guess I only have one question, which is in this immediate $10 million, given what you mentioned about fatalities, not only on 82nd, very unfortunately, but also on TV Highway, whether there's anything in that initial 10 million to provide any assistance there, or if not, in the subsequent funding that you mentioned.
Cooper, would you let me take that?
Well, let me just provide a comment and then I'll turn it over to you, Ryan. I think likely TV Highway will be one of the areas where we'll be providing some improvements. But what we're doing right now is ensuring that we have a rigorous kind of data-informed process to look at those trends across the state. So not just in the Portland region, because this impacts other areas across the state, to identify what are those that are those corridors and those hotspots, intersections that are most urgently in need of these types of improvements. Because frankly, there's a lot of them. And with this money, in a longer term conversation, this is not going to address it all. And so that analysis of having a clear kind of rigorous methodology for prioritizing what corridors get that remaining $7 million, that's the work that we're doing right now. But Ryan, do you want to speak to any more to that?
Thanks, Cooper. And just knowing that there's the potential for that, we have gone ahead and started looking at what could be done in those in that particular corridor. We actually have done a road safety audit just recently, just last year, and so we have identified some improvements that we could potentially go and move quicker with here should that corridor be identified. But that work has already started in terms of just looking at what we can do in the short term.
And the other question I had was, how much of this relates to, you mentioned speed and getting the limit down on 82nd, which sounds like a great immediate decision. So commendations for that. But I'm wondering how much of this is related to speed, which is a growing problem around the state.
So happy to give my perspective, and again, I'll turn to Ryan if he has anything more to add. I think speed, well, I would say speed is a contributing factor in a lot of these accidents and crashes. Part of the issue and challenge for us, frankly, is around the data that we have and the timeliness of our data to really understand all of the contributing factors that then factor into how we decide where we make our investments, right? There's a bit of a lag time between when these incidents happen. And so part of this long-term analysis on how we can be quicker with improvements is going to be looking at how do we ensure that we have the data we need that answers those kinds of questions. Is it speed related? Is it kind of human behavior related? Is it a lack of lighting? Is it, not enough crosswalks? Whatever the case is, to be able to make quicker decisions. And so I can't speak to, and I don't even know if we know in the recent fatalities that Ryan mentioned, all the contributing factors. But that's certainly part of the analysis is figuring that out quicker so we can make our investments quicker. But Ryan, anything to add there?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. It's a really good one, which is what are the main factors that are causing that? And that's where a lot of that analysis that Cooper mentioned is happening in a lot of our programs, is helping us address those. And it is pointing out speed, it's pointing out distracted driving. And so that's why I wanted to make sure, and I'm really glad we actually left it on this particular slide to avoid the photo problem, but also just to reinforce the importance of this kind of messaging and making sure that we are raising awareness. The program that we're proposing today will help put some on-the-ground things that will definitely improve safety out there. but it doesn't get at the kinds of things that you mentioned: people speeding, people being distracted while they're driving, people doing other things. So this campaign and really trying to raise awareness is a critical component of safety. And so I think it's going to take all of these efforts to help us be successful.
Agreed. I think the data piece is very important. So comments from other members of the commission? If not, I'd entertain a motion on this. So what we're voting on here, Cooper, is the 10 million, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. So it's approval of a $10 million improving pedestrian safety initiative. That would be what the request is.
Okay.
Okay, Chair, I move approval of the department to establish and implement a one-time $10 million pedestrian safety improvement initiative and refine programmatic approach to ensure emerging pedestrian safety trends are quickly addressed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Dual seconds, which is always good, then none. Okay, further discussion? All right, all those in favor by name, Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So our last item before lunch is, I think Karen Criswell is presenting on. Public Transportation Division Administrator Criswell on Public Transportation Division Oregon Community Paths Program Grant Awards.
Thank you, Chair Van Brocklin. Good early afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Criswell, Public Transportation Division Administrator. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to primarily be focused on presenting ODOT's Community Paths Program and asking the Commission for approval to accept the Oregon Bike Ped Advisory Committee's recommended list of projects for funding. To get us started, though, I wanted to highlight that this program, as well as the other funding awards that are on your consent agenda, are strategic investments that ODOT is making to improve equitable access to the active and public transportation system, consistent with our Strategic Action Plan initiative. This work and this funding is important, well, frankly, for all the reasons that we've been hearing about and talking about this morning. To add some additional context to that, approximately 1/3 of all Americans are unable to drive due to age, disability, or because they can't afford a vehicle. There's a whole host of other Americans who also make the choice that they prefer to take a different mode of transportation. The lack of these transportation options in low-income areas and communities of color in particular do contribute to higher pedestrian fatality rates. Increasing equitable access to active and public transportation ensures that mobility needs are met, as well as helping ODOT to achieve our greenhouse gas emission goals. But increasing the amount of funding isn't enough. We must also effectively prioritize needs and work with local and regional partners to identify and fund the highest priority projects first. Next, please. The 4 programs on your agenda for funding approval today total $233 million in funds from a combination of state and federal funding sources. It's recommendations coming forward from both your Public Transportation Advisory Committee as well as OBPAC. The programs that are on your consent agenda are the FTA Section 5304 statewide planning funds in the amount of $1.0 million, and that will fund 16 projects. There's also $22.6 million in recommended awards for the STIF discretionary, STIF intercommunity, and then the FTA 5311F funds, which fund intercity transit network connections. And those are 62 projects recommended there, as well as 41 projects, or it's way more than 41 projects, but these are the STIF formula funds that were part of HB 2017, and that's $194.2 million in awards. For, next please. So the focus of the program before you today is the Oregon Community Paths Program. This is a new competitive grant program that supports investments in walking and biking facilities that are primarily off-roadway. It funds safe, comfortable, high-quality facilities such as multi-use paths. The program is oversubscribed at about a 7.1% ratio when you look at the letters of interest we received on this last solicitation round. These types of projects are really challenging to fund because we cannot use highway funds because they are outside of roadway. And yet they make some of the most safe, critical connections. You'll also recall, and you recognize this, in fact, when you approved the allocations for the 24-27 STIP and increased this program from a $6 million initial funding bucket to a $36 million, an additional $30 million for the 24-27 STIP cycle. Next, please.
I would like to also say that that is a very cool photo. I've never seen this photo before. Very nice. Thank you.
You know, I have to say, you know, be prepared to dazzle. This is just the tip of the iceberg here, particularly for Commissioner Simpson's benefit.
I'll buckle my seatbelt. I'll get ready.
So what do we mean by community paths? They are off-road facilities. They could be routes or segments that traverse a park, between housing developments, along greenways, along old rail lines, or areas that are otherwise not public right-of-ways or public road right-of-ways. They complement on-road existing bicycle networks by adding an alternative path that otherwise wouldn't be funded. There are two types of community paths. Those are critical links, that is accessible walking and or connections to high-need locations, schools, downtown, shopping, transit, and other destinations. And then the second type of project is a regional path, so a longer distance path serving and connecting communities no more than 15 miles apart. Next, please. So this is just a brief snapshot of what the program development timeline was. The state legislature established the Multimodal Active Transportation Fund in House Bill 2017, or not in House Bill 2017, that's a lie, in a different piece of legislation in 2019. We completed rulemaking in January of 2020, accepted letters of intent late last year, and then OPAC completed their recommendation in March, which is what we're bringing to you today. And our goal is to, upon your approval, get grant agreements fully executed by July of this year. Next, please. So there are two project types within this award. The first one is project refinement. These are projects that can include planning or corridor studies or alternatives analysis. Project refinement project types are really important because it helps local agencies to get some clarity around what is the right project for the need in that particular area. And it helps to ensure that when they are ready and have that defined, that when they get to construction, that the project can be successfully constructed. Next, please. So in terms of funding awards for this solicitation, this program is an example of one of our consolidated funding programs. We are increasingly trying to move the division towards funding programs that are not just, they're about the outcomes that we're trying to achieve as a division and as an agency. And they're not, in the historic roots, we would have been more focused on doing award programs for each fund source because of the complexities that are associated with the eligibility requirements of the different sources of funding. So it makes it a little bit tricky for us to behind the scenes make sure we're applying and employing the most appropriate source of funding related to the specific project. For this round, we have, as you can see, $8.2 million from the FHWA TAP program. $3.3 million from the State Multimodal Active Transportation Fund, and then the department has pointed an additional $4 million of TOF, or Transportation Operating Funds, for a total of $15.5 million in funds available. Next, please. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the project selection criteria. The criteria was developed with approval from OBPAC. How do you like that photo? I think it's pretty cool too, by the way. I'm going to just say that.
That's awesome.
And the four main areas where we have the criteria and the weighting of the criteria, the first one is around project readiness, how close the project is actually to construction and ready to go. So getting a project that's ready, constructed, and on the ground. Equity. Let me talk just a little bit about the equity piece for this. The Public Transportation Division, in particular the Bike PED program, has completed a Transportation Disadvantaged Index. And this is a tool that is both a GIS map tool that is publicly available, as well as a database or a spreadsheet sort of tool. It includes census data for that lens that has variables such as income, race and ethnicity, if people who live who are over 65 in a particular area, people who are under 18 in a particular area, persons with disabilities, households with no cars, areas where English is a second language. And that was weighted at 30% for this solicitation cycle. Another criteria is safety. So if this project was, and this gets a little bit tricky because it's not on a roadway, but if it is, which makes it a little bit difficult to access it. So what we looked at in scoring is if it was in lieu of and avoiding other roadways, what were the safety factors for that roadway? So if it's this path versus an alternative roadway, how does that alternative roadway rate? And then public outreach or support. So if the applicant had already done outreach and had support, community support for the project, because we certainly don't want to be in a position where we're funding a project only to see that it runs into a buzzsaw of lack of community support and can't be constructed. Next, please. So in this map, what you're looking at is the geographic distribution of the projects in this cycle. We did receive a total of 81 letters of interest, totaling $105 million, 57 actual applications, which totaled $35 million, and we're recommending award of 21 projects, totaling $15.1 million. 6 of the projects that are recommended are project refinement grants, and 15 are construction projects. And next, please. So I just wanted to give you a few examples of some of the projects that we're recommending for funding. I also want to highlight for you that in your packet, we have not only the top 21 projects for funding, but we have a second tier list of projects that are below the cut line in the event that additional funding becomes available, whether it's additional federal funding, state funding, money dropping from the heavens, I don't know. We want to be prepared and to be able to move down and keep getting money out the door to communities who can construct these important projects. So this first example is in Ashland. This is the Bear Creek Greenway, and it is a 17.9-mile-long multi-jurisdictional, multi-use path that runs from Ashland to Central Point in the Rogue Valley. And this will fund a bridge project that will make an extension of that Greenway multi-use trail and provide transportation options for commuters and residents of some geographically isolated communities on either side of Bear Creek in Ashland. Next, please. Another project that we're recommended for funding is a Newburgh-Dundee Bypass Trail. And this is an example where you could see a trail that is getting off of a highway and is going through another area to connect on the other side of a highway. So a real good example of exactly what this program is intended to do. It will provide a needed 7,300-foot multi-use community path connecting Newburgh residents with schools, employment centers, and civic areas. And this project will construct phase one, which will connect 3 existing segments to a functional network that would reach over another 3.2 miles. And then the final one is in the Dalles, and that's the Mill Creek Greenway project. And this project will construct 3 miles of the Greenway. It will be a 10-foot wide paved, fully accessible bike ped path that parallels Mill Creek. And when fully completed, it will connect the existing 8.5 mile long paved riverfront trail to the Dalles downtown center, and then continue on upstream to connect parks, schools, shopping centers, senior center, and residential areas. And then that brings us to our delightful landing page with happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much for this is a great presentation. Thank you, Karen. Okay, questions? Vice Chair, were you leaning forward to ask a question? No. Okay. So we're ready for a motion on this.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the recommended project list of the Community Paths Programs fiscal year 21-24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Grant award.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair seconds. Discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you again for the great presentation and the great photographs.
Thank you, commissioners. We're doing great things. Appreciate you.
We appreciate you too. So thanks very much to the commission for getting through a lot of things. Basically, roughly on schedule, we are at lunch until 12:50. And we will return for the workshop on climate. Thank you.
Hi, this is John Miller. Can anybody hear me?
Hey, John, I'm here. It's Rex.
Oh, good. Well, we're on.
I think it's lunchtime. Everybody's just muted.
Yeah, I think that's right. I just wanted to figure out whether.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Rex. I am the chair of the commission, and we're on a lunch break, as Rex noted, and so we ran a little late this morning, so we're due back in 10 minutes. So sorry about the delay, but such is the life of these meetings, as you know.
Yes, Chairman Brockman, this is John Miller, and we're just.
Hey, John.
I was just trying to figure out whether on an unfamiliar platform we were being seen and heard. So.
Yeah, no, you're coming through, both of you, clearly, and we can see. I can see you, and so we'll hope that we're able to get in the full time for the conversation. That's the plan. So we'll get going here in about 10 minutes, and so just stay on. Don't do anything to upset the apple cart. Just stay on.
Well, I had to download a web app. It's like, oh no, I'm late. I can't download it.
Yeah, I know. It's so odd. The rest of the world is. I mean, it's like I'm dating myself, but all the different kinds of technology along the way, like Beta, do you remember that? DVDs, and for a small portion of time they were in the game, and then they were nowhere. So I don't know how many of these platforms we're working on are going to survive, but I'm used to Zoom. Most of ours are on Zoom, but ODOT uses WebEx. So
and the state uses Teams, and I prefer Zoom as well.
Yeah, and then the school district uses Google Docs and Google platforms. So anyway, I will be back as soon as I am in the middle of something here, but I heard your voice, John, and I wanted to just jump on and make sure you guys didn't leave.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in a few minutes.
I might as well ask if anybody else can hear me while we're testing the audio. I see.
Yes, I can.
I can hear you fine, Michael.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I was unsuccessful on the web app, so I did the temporary option. That seems to work just fine for today. So.
Yeah.
Great.
Super. See you soon.
Okay.
John, glad to hear that you got on okay. So we'll get started here shortly.
Yeah. No hurry, Amanda. Thank you.
So, John, I thought I'd sneak in a piece of bread. I didn't get to lunch today yet.
Great. Well,
Kathy McDonald, are you on yet? I don't see her name listed. I'm going to go try to find her.
Sabrina, are you listening right now?
Hi, Amanda. This is Jessica.
Sabrina. Okay, great. Can we promote Kathy McDonald and Maya Buchanan? They are both should be on the presenter list. They're listed as participants right now. Okay.
The link wasn't working for them. We're waiting for Tom to get back because he's currently listed as host, so we're unable to move them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can folks hear me?
I can.
Loud and clear. Thanks.
Excellent.
Thanks, Chair McDonald.
Can folks hear me?
I can, Kathy. It's John.
Yep, we can hear you.
Can folks hear me? Ooh, that's weird. It's getting feedback.
I can, Kathy. It's John.
Yep, we can hear you. Okay. It's that's weird. It's getting feedback. Yeah.
I can, Kathy. It's John.
Let me figure out what's going on with my. Let me figure out what's going on with my.
Kathy, do you want to give it a try again just to see how that's working?
Yes. That working better?
Seems to be. Kathy, do you want to give it a try again just to see how that's working?
Yes. That working better?
Amanda, this is Commissioner Brown. It sounds like it's feeding back over and over and repeating itself.
Yeah, it does. I wonder if anybody has up the streaming video at the same time. Make sure you close that or any other dialog boxes, and then maybe we'll get that loop fixed. If not, we may just need to hold on a second to try to resolve any technical difficulties.
And Catherine, it would be best if you came in over the phone. I noticed
Hi,
that you're
Amanda.
in
Can you hear me okay?
computer audio.
Yes, I can, Maya.
Is it working now?
Seems to be.
I can hear you clearly.
Excellent.
John, so can I.
I think I must have had both YouTube opened and went in through the other way. So I think I was creating the feedback. Apologies.
No worries. So we will get going here in just a minute as soon as we have the commissioners back. And I'm now seeing, I think, all of them back now. So I think we're ready to go. Is Administrator Peets on the line?
I am Chair Van Brocklin.
Fantastic. Okay, so we will reconvene and I go into our climate workshop. I want to thank the Oregon Sustainability Board and the Oregon Global Warming Commission for seeking this session, and we have wanted to have it, and we've had some challenges getting it scheduled, I understand, but we look forward to the conversation, and so I just welcome you. I'm Bob Van Brocklin. I chair the Oregon Transportation Commission, and I'll let the other members of the commission introduce themselves, and then maybe you guys can do the same, or if Amanda wants to do this differently, we can do it differently. Is that okay with you, Amanda, if we just do intros?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Vice Chair Simpson. If you'll just introduce yourself, and then we'll just go through our commission, followed by Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Smith, and then we can be introduced to our colleagues on these other commissions.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Miller, good to see you again.
Yes.
And the others, part of the Sustainability Board, Orlando Simpson, Vice Chair, Oregon Transportation Commission. Thank you for being here.
Julie, I think you're on mute.
You think I'd figure this out by now. Good afternoon, Commissioner Brown. I'm also the General Manager of Rogue Valley Transportation District. Look forward to meeting all of you.
Hello, everyone. Sharon Smith, Commissioner representing Regions 4 and 5. I live in Bend, Oregon.
So please introduce yourselves, or Amanda can introduce you, or however you want to do this, Amanda.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So for the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator of the Policy Data and Analysis Division, and I'm joined here by a distinguished panel from the Oregon Sustainability Board. Mr. Miller, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Sure. I'm John Miller, Chair of the Sustainability Board and President and CEO of a company called Wildwood Mahonia, which is in the Willamette Valley and does green planning and design. And we have a vineyard and nursery called Mahonia also.
Great. Thanks, John. And Mr. Burkholder?
Hi, Rex Burkholder, former transportation geek and junkie, and now a member of the Sustainability Board. I work with a new company called Wheatwind Strategy Group, which does all sorts of different kinds of political and fundraising efforts in Oregon and the state of Washington. Currently working on trying to get outdoor school for all funding in the state of Washington, which is quite exciting little project. Nice to meet you all, or see you all again.
Great. Thanks, Rex. And then from the Oregon Global Warming Commission, we have Chair McDonald.
Hi, Catherine McDonald. I chair the Global Warming Commission, and I work for the Nature Conservancy in North America, heading up our North America work on natural and working lands and natural climate solutions. And I'm joined here by our staff person, the commission staff person from the Oregon Department of Energy, Maya Buchanan. You want to introduce yourself, Maya?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Maya Buchanan, Senior Climate Policy Analyst at ODO, and looking forward to the panel today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Maya. So typically with the Oregon Transportation Commission, we have a topic on climate, usually an update from the Climate Office. But this time we really wanted to highlight some of the key boards and commissions that exist in Oregon that have an intersect with the work that we do around climate, whether that's mitigation, adaptation, or sustainability. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So to help set the stage for today's discussion, I thought it would be helpful to do a quick comparison and contrast across the different groups. So you, as the Oregon Transportation Commission, know your charge well, which is the authority and oversight over ODOT in transportation decisions. Your charge covers many topics and requires balancing across goals, including climate. For the Global Warming Commission, the sole focus is climate on adaptation and mitigation. Their charge, which Ms. McDonald will talk about later, is to recommend statutory and policy changes across sector, including transportation. ODOT is an ex officio non-voting member of that group. We provide updates on climate activities at meetings, present upon request, and contribute to shaping transportation recommendations from the Commission. The Sustainability Board encourages sustainable actions and policies across state government. ODOT reports on its sustainability plan and progress to this board every 2 years, as do other state agencies. Our sustainability plan covers resource use, so things like energy, water, paper, and the like. We also provide updates to the board upon request on broader mitigation actions. Next slide, please. So as I alluded to earlier, the main purpose of today's agenda is to understand the role and intent of each group. With so many players in the climate space, we should be looking for opportunities to leverage each other's work and align where it makes sense. To help identify opportunities, you'll hear from the Oregon Sustainability Board and then the Global Warming Commission about their forming legislation and guiding executive orders. They will speak to their responsibilities, membership, and objectives. After these presentations, we'll end the slideshow so that we can see everybody's faces and have more of an open dialogue or a roundtable. And that roundtable will focus on 2 main questions. First, each board and commission will talk about any foundational actions particular to transportation that they think are key, and partnership opportunities. So with that, I will turn it over to Chair of the Oregon Sustainability Board, John Miller, and then Mr. Burkholder, and they will pass it in turn to Chair McDonald of the Global Warming Commission. John, next slide, please. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide for John, please?
And John, you're muted.
Fine. Thank you, Amanda. I should introduce Dave Wortman, who's the statewide sustainability officer in our lead staff, who will be doing a part of my presentation section. And I think Rex's presentation will be, as you had indicated earlier, as part of the questions in terms of you were going to ask about any specific recommendations we may have. So that should work great. And thank you, Chairman Brocklin and the commissioners. We're really looking forward to this. And our board's authority comes from a combination of legislation from 2001 and a series of executive orders that were subsequent to that, were appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate as other boards are. And one of our key charges is reviewing over 20 agency sustainability plans. And we see our role as collaborators and as a resource to the 20 agencies rather than sort of a top-down, here's what you should do approach. And we've always had a really great relationship with ODOT. I've been on the board far too long. In fact, I asked the governor to let me step aside and resume the tradition of the Secretary of State being the chair, and that's going to happen, I believe, in the fall. And our board has some pretty great alumni, former governors, Secretary of States, and one Alando Simpson, who we miss greatly. So this is a great opportunity for us to get to know each other. And our members come from all around the state, and they bring an array of skills and interests that make us a good resource. From Southern Oregon, we've got David Gremmel of Rogue Creamery, which Commissioner Brown, I'm sure you're familiar with. Rogue literally makes the best cheese in the world and is in the top of all of the B Corps in the world every year. And Rosie Goatee is a rancher and forester and consultant from Grant County. Lori Hollingsworth is from the Oregon coast and served as mayor of Lincoln City. Lisa Gaines, Dr. Lisa Gaines runs the Institute of Natural Resources at Oregon State. Mark Nystrom is Lane County's climate strategist. Rex has been introduced, and Dave is our lead staff. We do have a long history with you, and your sustainability plans in the past have been literally the gold standard, and they actually remain so. And we've had great interactions with you, both in the general plans and also through the climate and equity groups that you've formed. And Chris and others have often responded to suggestions we had about the plans almost instantly and positively. So we've got a great history with you and want to continue that. We've worked on transportation projects before, and it's sort of our special projects and ability to propose legislation and stuff. And several years ago, when Governor Brown was chair, we collaborated with DEQ and the Oregon Department of Ecology on a product environmental footprinting program to try to determine a way to allow companies and entities to measure their environmental footprint. And we had Nike and Intel and food processors, and Nike's environmental footprint graph was the sole of a shoe, which worked perfectly, obviously. But we helped explore with DEQ the idea of low carbon concrete, because LEED guidelines were beginning to allow for points for such elements. And that now has come full circle as a result of hard work by DEQ and some collaboration on our part to be on your agenda for using the low carbon concrete in construction projects. So we've done work with you before on transportation, and we're looking forward to more in the future. Our focal areas have, as many organizations, included equity and climate as areas that represent urgent needs that demand immediate action. And I think Rex will describe some potential actions that relate to those things. And your earlier discussion of pedestrian safety is a perfect example of responding quickly to an immediate need and doing so with urgency. And so that's really great to see. In the equity arena, we've several years ago embarked upon a way to enhance the equity aspect of our work, which falls under the community leg of the three-legged stool. And we worked with the Environmental Justice Task Force and Amira Streeter, who is our liaison with the governor's office, who helped us over the past few years further develop our equity guidelines that we have now included in our sustainability plans. And those, again, are we try to make the plans and the guidelines tools that you can use easily and that are useful to you. And the equity guidelines there should be helpful in terms of your sustainability plans and how those relate to your strategic plans. We actually engaged a nationally known consultant on equity who looked at what we had done to date, and he remarked that we were doing some of the best work in equity that he had seen. So we're really grateful for that feedback, and we're continuing to do it as we all are. In climate, the Global Warming Commission is the expert in this arena, and we look forward to working more closely with them under Kathy's leadership. And to both ODOT and to Kathy's group, our legislative and sustainability plan authority mean that we can be a valuable tool in forwarding your agendas, in the sense that we can incorporate things into our plans that you feel will forward your goals. And we've also done some work in greenhouse gas measurement and management, and Dave Wortman will give you a brief explanation of some of the work we've done there. And then Amanda, at your pleasure, Rex can speak in whatever order you want.
Great.
Dave, are you there? I guess not. Maybe he's a victim of the technological bugs. But I can describe it actually. As a result of the governor's executive order, we tried to figure out, well, how can we help? How can we do something specific that will forward the climate issues for state agencies? And we came up with a proposal that was basically to measure and manage greenhouse gases for agencies through a consultant contract that we're actually collaborating with ODOT on right now, that will provide a simple tool, which I believe ODOT will be a pioneer in, that will show how we can better help manage and measure the greenhouse gases in agency operations. So, and that I would love to have Kathy, you look that over and help us figure out how to make it better.
You folks hear me now?
Dave, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I apologize for that. Would you like me to jump in, or?
Did you hear what I tried to describe as the process of the measurement and management process?
Yeah.
Add anything you wish to that.
No, I think basically this is a tool that will help agencies, particularly those that are listed in Executive Order 2004, basically lead by example is what we're calling it. So measuring and managing, again, those greenhouse gas emissions in their operations. We have a consultant that's going to be helping us with that we hope to get kicked off here in the next month or so. The tool will help agencies take stock of their current emissions, set goals that either align with the state's greenhouse gas emission goals or another path if they choose so. And then there'll be a menu of strategies that they can select and scale that will show different reduction measures and their effectiveness. And so agencies will be able to use those tools to basically reduce emissions toward their goals. And there'll be a training for them. So I think it's going to be a really valuable tool to help the whole state enterprise lead by example. And it will include both buildings and transportation in the measures that are in the tool. So we're very excited, and we're very pleased that ODOT has volunteered to pilot this. And I think it's going to be very helpful.
And Dave has recently spearheaded an effort to get a solar array in, I believe, the motor pool in Salem, which has been successful and I believe is underway.
Yes, that was a $400,000 grant from PGE. That'll be a 250 kilowatt solar array that will help basically support our increasing electrification of our fleet. So we are installing a whole number of chargers there near the array. So we're excited about that, to be able to pair vehicle electrification with our renewable energy efforts.
I urge all of you to consider Dave an incredible resource. I'm convinced he has a clone in his closet because he gets more done than any person I know, public or private. So Amanda, tell us what you want to do next, please.
Great. Well, thank you, John. And I just share with my commission that a lot of the work that John talked about, that Dave talked about, ties into some of the things we're doing. So you have heard that we're doing the greenhouse gas inventory, looking at our materials and fuels. We've been working really closely with DEQ on that effort to measure some of the emissions from these things, as well as just to shift our construction to be lower carbon overall. And that's what we're piggybacking this other tool development off of that Dave talked about. So we're partnering with the Sustainability Board and DAS in general on moving that work forward. So we also agree it's going to be an exciting partnership and look to learn a lot as we go through that process. Why don't we go ahead and, Sabrina, if we can flip forward to the Global Warming Commission slides, and Kathy, when you're ready, just say next slide and we can do that. And then what I'll do after that is when Kathy's done, if we can take down the slides, and then we'll start, Rex, with you, with your ideas for foundational actions and some specific recommendations. So Kathy?
Great, thank you. Looks like my slides are up. Excellent. So going ahead, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. The Oregon Global Warming Commission was established in 2007 by legislation, House Bill 3543. In addition to establishing the commission, it established the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute housed at OSU, and it adopted goals for greenhouse gas emission reduction, reducing emissions, the growth of emissions by 2010, which we met, and then getting 10% below 1990 emissions baseline by 2020, which we are unlikely to meet, and trying to get to at least a 75% reduction over 1990 baseline by 2050. Finally, that legislation established the Oregon's first renewable portfolio standard, which was set to 25% new renewables by 2025. Next slide, please. We have a large and diverse commission. We have 25 members, so unlike John, I won't name everybody, but we have 11 voting members, and we have representatives that are from energy, transportation, manufacturing, agriculture, forestry, and environmental interests, plus at-large members who make up our voting members. We have 4 legislators, one from each chamber and each party within the chamber. Those are appointed by the Speaker of the House and the Senate President. And then we have 7 agency directors for the agencies that are connected to Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions, plus 3 others that are that we can appoint from either agencies or academia. And we are, as I mentioned earlier, supported by the Department of Energy staffing-wise, and then we get quite a bit of support from the Department of Environmental Quality, who pulls together the greenhouse gas inventory for the reports that we submit to the legislature. Next slide, please. Oh, I wanted to mention that Aurora Jackson, who is the general manager for Lane Transit District, sits in our transportation seat on the commission. The commission has 3 big charges to produce a biennial report to the legislature that tracks Oregon's progress towards our goals, and then to make recommendations for changes in policies and programs to advance climate mitigation in Oregon, and finally to educate Oregonians on the risks of climate impacts and the need for mitigation and adaptation. So those are our big overarching responsibilities that are in statute. Next slide, please. Governor Brown's Executive Order 20-04 gave us some new responsibilities, as they did your agency and Sustainability Board, and some of those that were kind of broadly applied to the 16 agencies that were named in the order, and then a couple that are targeted to us. Working to kind of exercise any and all authority to accelerate reductions, participating in the interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities. And then the 2 that were specific to us is to start reporting on the new goals that were established for greenhouse gas reduction in the executive order, as well as our progress toward meeting the zero emission vehicle adoption goals that, that the state adopted. And then finally, we have a charge of submitting a proposal to the governor for adoption of state goals for carbon sequestration and storage in Oregon's natural and working landscapes. We have always had in statute the responsibility for providing recommendations regarding forest management. And we developed a report a few years ago that took stock of the carbon that's sequestered in Oregon's forests. But this executive order has expanded that responsibility to have us make a proposal for all of Oregon's natural and working landscapes. Next slide, please. Our biennial report to the legislature, in this last version that we submitted, we provided an overview of the climate impacts and the costs of inaction that we will be facing. We did report on how we're doing against our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. We provided some tips to the public on how they can engage to advance climate action. Took stock of the work that's been done to date and the work that was outlined in the executive order, and then used that to craft 36 additional recommendations for capitalizing and ensuring that the executive order is successful, but also identifying some new things that it would be good for agencies to be able to do to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. And then finally, just touch on the three work projects that are in front of us right now, and then I'll turn it over to Maya to give a little more detail on the second two. We are working very hard to pull together the proposal for the governor. It's due at the end of June. We may ask for a short extension, but we really want to get it done soon so that it can start informing our actions and investments in natural and working lands sequestration strategies. And then Maya will describe this in further detail, but we have funding to develop a long-range plan. The commission developed a 2020 roadmap back in 2010, and this will create a new roadmap that will look out to what we need to do to meet our 2035 goal. And we're hoping to get that done over the next year and a half or so. And then it's been more than a decade since our mission, vision, and values were adopted. So we'll be kind of taking stock of those and refreshing those next fall. And Maya is going to be doing some work to help inform that. So I'll turn it over to Maya to talk about those second two bullets, and then happy to talk further about the work that's going into the natural and working lands proposal, and where I see some opportunity to overlap with some of the work that the Commission, Transportation Commission is doing, and the Sustainability Board. So thank you.
Great,
Maya?
thanks, Kathy. So the long-range plan that Kathy alluded to, it actually has a name already called the TIGGER Plan, and that's short for the Transformational Integrated Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan. So this plan, as Kathy noted, is going to be an updated version, a roadmap to 2035. And really the goal of that plan is to help advise the governor and the legislature and other entities in Oregon on potential strategies to actually achieve the state's very ambitious and very important greenhouse gas reduction goals, while continuing to also be tracking for co-benefits, right, that can help the state's economy grow and help enhance equity and quality of life for Oregonians, throughout the process. So the goal is focused on greenhouse gas reductions, that it will also be side by side looking at opportunities to sequester carbon dioxide in line with the natural and working lands report that Kathy will probably touch more on. And one aspect of this is to provide, going back to the conversation of metrics, some cost per ton emissions reduction information for each action, and also metrics for those co-benefits that relate to health, the economy, and equity. So this project is essentially starting now and will be going forward over the next 1 to 2 years in different phases. And again, these actions are above and beyond what was included in Executive Order 2004. So helping to inform the next step. Kathy also mentioned the missions visions work. So I'm also alluding to this as the climate gap analysis. So you may hear more about that in other conversations. So really what this is, just a high level gap analysis to help take stock of the major climate change work streams that are happening across the various agencies and boards and commissions that were called out in Executive Order 2004, including some others. And it's going to include an assessment on the 4 different areas that Kathy mentioned: reducing greenhouse gases, what are the programs that inform assessing vulnerability to climate-related hazards, work that can help prepare for climate change-related impacts, and also that relate to educating Oregonians. So thanks, Kathy.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. So let's go ahead and flip to the next slide, which just tees up our roundtable discussion. So if we can go ahead and take the slide deck down, that way we can see each other as we engage in this conversation, especially since we don't necessarily know everyone here. So with that, Rex, I'll have you kick us off with the first discussion question, which is around what does your board see as some of the foundational sustainability or climate actions related to transportation, and do you have any specific recommendations or thoughts?
Great. Well, I remembered to unmute, so I think that's a big victory right there after a year of this. I just want to start out by saying that one of the key takeaways I hope the Commission has with this is that the Sustainability Board has been charged with a very broad vision of what sustainability is. And that it's looking at greenhouse gas emissions, of course, and climate change being a major challenge. And as you guys understand, it's a huge challenge for the whole society to deal with. But also that we do, as John mentioned, deal with issues of equity and the economy as well. And a lot of the work we've been doing on the equity issues, especially in this last year, has been very apparent that we have our investments and our policies have not been equitable in terms of their impact on communities either. And I could go through, think about BIPOC communities typically have worse air quality and worse health outcomes, many times tied to our highway systems being in their communities. We have inequities in terms of contracting, in thinking about government agencies and the access to contracting opportunities for a minority or women-owned companies, the hiring processes that we have. So these are things that the Sustainability Commission looks at in terms of equity impacts of state agencies. So that broad kind of view of saying, how well are we doing in terms of spending our public dollars in terms of achieving the multiple goals of sustainability. Safety, I would include in there as well, and that comes up quite a bit within ODOT's framework there. The economy, a key piece that's in, and I forget which actually document it is, one of our founding documents, talks about how do we improve the vitality of main streets. Okay, so I'm thinking in my past life as a Metro councilor and an advocate, looking at roads that basically function very well for moving vehicles, but they also were the main streets of their communities. And how can they be made so they have more economic activity locally versus just moving traffic back and forth. So I just want to encourage us all to think about sustainability in this broader view that yes, there is the greenhouse gas emission reduction and dealing with climate change, but that, you know, our charge as a sustainability board and our skills and our knowledge that we can share with you guys is going to be a broader vision, and looking at how do we actually operate our systems, what kind of investments we make. And that's, I think, the bigger issue. I have a few slides which are in the public record for you guys, that basically a brain dump of ideas of how this might play out on the, you know, on the facility level. But I think the bigger issue is helping you think, and all of us think, about that bigger sustainability goal. And includes, again, the equity impacts of our investments and our hiring, our contracting, the economic impacts beyond moving goods and people, but our communities able to thrive because people feel safe and it's an attractive environment. And then the impact on people's health and quality of life through things beyond carbon emissions, but including all the other impacts from our road systems and our transportation systems. So, Amanda, I'm not going to run through those slides. I figure, you know, they're kind of the usual things like build more sidewalks, slow down cars in urban areas, that type of thing. But again, what the goal of meeting with you was to talk about, you know, how can we give you feedback and ideas and suggestions to help the work that you do become more sustainable. And that's the key message that I would like to get across today.
Great.
And thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, Rex. Kathy, do you want to weigh in on that question too of foundational actions that relate to transportation, some of the commission recommendations?
Yeah, you bet. So we, as I mentioned, we came up with 36 recommendations in our 2020 report to the legislature. There were 5 that were general recommendations across that could affect all aspects of state governments, such as equity and making sure that we're doing a good job of building equity into all of our decision making. Also, using the social cost of carbon to help evaluate our programs and investments. So things like that were in the general category, and then 7 specifically targeted at transportation. A number of those were targeting improvements to how we make investments and in EV infrastructure. So there were a number of different recommendations for that. But we also, one of the overarching recommendations, it was to change how Oregon funds transportation. We recognize that one of the challenges that you all have as a commission is that we've got constitutional restrictions on how we spend our gas funds. And while it's certainly important to keep our roads in good operating order, you know, the transportation of the future, it really demands different kinds of investments than we're able to make through that fund. So I know the Department of Transportation has been looking at other programs and other ways of funding, but we really need to accelerate that action so that we can take more aggressive actions in transportation. And you know, we hear a lot from stakeholders who are just concerned about the fact that transportation emissions are such a big part of our footprint, and with concern that we haven't made as much progress as quickly as we need to. And so recognizing that that's, you know, part of that is constrained by the way Oregon funds transportation, but also just really wanting to have a stronger focus on how we can use whatever resources we have today to do as much as possible. How can you make more decisions to invest in climate smart practices through the STIP? And I know you've been doing some work on that, and love to hear more about where you think you're going to take that work in the coming years. I also see a really great opportunity for us to collaborate and I wouldn't put this in the most important things for the commission, but there is a nice tie between the work that the Department of Transportation is doing along with DLCD and ODO to look at how we can have communities that reduce, build communities so we reduce transportation emissions, we create healthier communities, and we also will be saving emissions through better management of natural and working lands around our cities and reducing conversion of that habitat. So there are lots of different ways that I think we can intersect across the Global Warming Commission with the work that you are charged with doing, as well as the Sustainability Board.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Maybe, Chair, I just turn it back to you for a moment if you or other members of the Commission want to react to the statements that have been made or the presentation thus far.
Well, I can start and certainly want to make room here for others. You know, I think the collaboration is important. These are massive issues that we're confronting, and so we need best thinking, and we don't have a lot of best practices because we're inventing practices. So a lot of it is looking forward, and so we welcome. First, I'll just say this. I hope this sounds more substantive than it is sounding in my brain as I'm rehearsing it. But we're very open and welcome ideas, exchange of ideas, the best thinking, because I think we're as I say, we're trying to develop approaches. We undertook last year as a commission to enact a strategic action plan, which is a short-term plan that we'd be setting some goals and then kind of checking in on the plan, how it's going in terms of implementation. It's a 3-year plan that started this year that we're going to review where we end up in 2023. I realize a lot of these are longer term, but I think we don't have some short-term planning. We can't make the incremental initial steps. And so the commission took those actions, and I think it's important to just emphasize there that the 3 major priorities in that plan, and this is meant to as a moment of kind of pivoting, are equity. Equity is one of our 3 primary goals. Funding, but when I say funding, I'm not just talking about traditional funding, but looking at funding in terms of where does funding need to go. So it's not just more, it's different. And the third is modern transportation system. And by that, we mean multimodal. And by that, we mean a system that looks different, reacting not just to the ideas within government, but, and this is important, I think, but also to what's happening in the innovation community and even what's happening in kind of traditional business. I mean, we had, for example, the new CEO of General Motors announced a few months ago they want to be out of the internal combustion engine business, at least on passenger vehicles by 2035. Maybe that's not aggressive enough, maybe that's not broad enough, but we're talking about General Motors here. So I think it's a recognition in places you wouldn't normally see that that the world is changing on us and we need to respond to the change and try and get on top of it. So I think we have to reach out more broadly. You say, well, that's a company, that's a worldwide company headquartered in Michigan, you know, what's that have to do with Oregon? That's maybe not a great example for Oregon, but a good example for Oregon would be something like Daimler, which sits out on Swan Island. And my law firm has done a lot of work for them over the years. And I've been out there and they're doing very innovative things in terms of autonomous vehicles. And so I think we need to also broaden who we think of as our partners beyond traditional partners, because this is going to require getting aligned in broad, societally, we're going to have to get aligned in ways that are non-traditional. And we're going to have to not limit what we think. So that strategic action plan is one thing, and I'd encourage you to look at it. It's short. It's not the kind of detailed plan that you're used to from us or probably government generally, but it sets out important objectives, and then drilling down on what that means is certainly the next step, and that's really on the agency. So that's one thing I'd mention. A second thing I'd mention is the executive order. We have two specific things we're required to do that Amanda's leading us on in terms of bringing to us approaches and ideas, and then the commission is looking at them and will be looking at more specificity. Those are electrification, which we, hopefully backed up by green power, that allows us to take a system statewide that offers an alternative to getting around. And the second is to look at our STIP in terms of how we're selecting projects, and the other thing I would say with respect, so that's the executive order. We're working on those two, as well as the more general goals of that executive order, which apply to all agencies. But those are two specific directives to ODOT. The other thing I want to say about the STIP is we did look at the 24-27 STIP and approving funding allocation, which we did in January, I think it was, and we moved a substantial amount of investment to non-highway. It was kind of a dramatic moment for our commission. We put $100 million more into that. Now, some can say that's not enough. Again, we're always going to have that, right? But with finite resources, that was something that has not occurred at the commission before, in an effort to recognize our multimodal goal. So those things, and then a couple other things. One, you had mentioned about our interdepartmental work with DLCD, LCDC, and with ODO. That's important because, again, working in new ways, untraditional ways. And I think that's been good. And Amanda has been a huge help on that. I think we're a little embarrassed. We almost hear more about it from other agencies than we say to her ourselves. So thank you, Amanda. And then the other one I would mention is we did establish a climate office, which is new. Now, this is not a comprehensive list, so don't take it as one, but those are a few things that we're trying to do to, and just, I think, a general recognition that we're in an environment where there's just going to be a lot of change. And there's going to be, some of it's going to come from the private side, some of it's going to come through innovation, some of it's going to come, I was reading the other day that they're predicting that in the next 10 years in the private sector, one of the most needed jobs in major companies, and it's going to be whole new offices around this, will be drone management. Drone management is not something that anybody I went to school with ever mentioned as a career opportunity. I don't know what you think about drones. That's really not the point. The point is change, not drones. And I just think we're all trying to embrace the fact that change is here, it's going to continue, and it's either going to be change for the better or change for the worse. So we want to be part of the change for the better team. With that, I'll turn to other commissioners for comments, other OTC commissioners for comments.
Chair, if I may?
Please.
I just wanted to thank both groups. As all of us are volunteering our time, and I know that we're investing a lot into what we do. And I look forward to working with you, and we have been, but I mean, continue working with you, because honestly, I don't think that we have the bandwidth to try to address every little thing that comes across and touches transportation. And if you don't have a collaborative group that's doing this together, we will get nowhere. You know, we'll each come up with our own plan. They aren't going to mesh, and we aren't going to move the needle. And so I just want to thank each one of you for volunteering your time, because I know that it is time commitment to what we do in our regular lives. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments from Vice Chair, Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Yeah, why don't I
ahead.
take Commissioner Smith and then Commissioner Simpson?
Let Orlando go first.
All right, Commissioner Simpson.
appreciate it. Yeah, mine will be quick. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. John is familiar. I spent, prior to coming to the OTC, a good, I don't know, maybe 3 years on the Sustainability Board. Very intriguing. It sounds like the reach and the work that the board is doing is starting to expand, which is very intriguing and exciting as it relates to this broad, really undefined, specifically defined term of sustainability, as I was kind of talking about earlier. But one of the things that I'm really interested in within the work that people are doing is this this polarization dialogue as it relates between the electric passenger vehicle infrastructure that is starting to grow and get a lot of attraction versus population growth versus highway infrastructure. This is a very sensitive topic here, and I really want to hear about it from more specific experts like yourself and those that are doing more of the investigation on this as to what is the ROI or the cost benefit plus benefit, environmental benefit, social benefit versus the historical combustion engine highway paradigm versus this new electric infrastructure passenger vehicle model in the highway paradigm in the situation for Oregon that is clearly growing in population, and more specifically the Portland metro region. I don't think it's a conversation people have really dove into yet, and it'll be very interesting to see like what are some of the very important elements or data points or research that is out there that speaks to that cost benefit, social benefit, environmental benefit of our transition into this new way. Now, obviously, as the chair alluded to, there's elements within our strategic action plan that talks about modernizing the system and thinking about all forms of transportation. But again, those things only work when you're in compact, dense communities. So I'm just thinking about it from the holistic perspective. We can talk about alternative modes in a very compact, dense community like Portland, but how does that impact the transportation network and system in Lakeview, right? Like, so there's this whole dynamic that we're dealing with right now, and as the chair alluded to also, I mean, people are very charged and energetic and want everything perfect and want things to happen now, but the reality is how do we really go about planning out our sustainable objectives for the future as it relates to transportation with this shift we're going through? Because quite frankly, we don't control vehicle manufacturers. We don't control people's preferences in terms of if they want to get on a train or if they want to walk or if they want to drive a car, if they want to get on a bus. And let's hypothesize the idea or just the concept of if everybody drove a car and it switched over to electric vehicle, would we still need to invest resources into our highway infrastructure for capacity, or what other ways are we going to have to be able to solve the movement of commerce and goods and even passenger vehicles if it's folks' choice, because we can't demand somebody not have a vehicle? That's just one of the things that I'm like having a hard time trying to like analyze in my own research and due diligence I'm doing on this matter. And so I'm just hoping with this long-winded request that I could lean on you guys for some assistance in this capacity, because it's really confusing but very intriguing.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Smith speaking. First, I echo my fellow commissioners' sentiments that we really appreciate your reaching out and your expertise, because we can't solve it in a silo. And I think working collaboratively will get us further ahead. I do think that this commission takes very seriously and wants to pursue many of the initiatives or the thoughts that you outlined, including equity, reduction of greenhouse gases, and sustainability. And I think we've started the process or moved the process along in some of the work that we are doing. Obviously, your input as we do that will be really helpful. Just wanted to highlight a couple of the things that I've been working on, if you're not aware. And we talked about it earlier in our meeting today under the urban mobility informational topic. One of the initiatives we started was trying to roll out tolling using an equity lens. And I'm the liaison to the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee, which is an incredible group of folks who, mostly in the metro region, who are trying to assist in developing rollout of tolling, which is brand new in Oregon, using an equity lens. And as far as we know, this is new throughout the country. And so when we look at implementing tolling, which can achieve a couple of goals, which is an alternative funding source, but also congestion management, doing so in a way that is different than we've done it in the past, in that we're looking at what are the impacts to our varying communities, BIPOC, disabled communities, communities who've historically been disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged communities, in such a way that we are respectful of the impact of the tolling that would have on those groups, but also thinking about if we are going to have impacts from the tolling, how do we mitigate that? And what are the alternative ways to mitigate that through enhancement of alternative modes of transportation? So we're trying to blaze some trails, and input that you have, thoughts that you have on that will be greatly appreciated. That's just one of the things that I wanted to highlight that we're working on.
So we don't have time today to go into extensive detail on all of this. I view this as a starting point. I think we should encourage regular interaction, schedule it out so that we're talking to each other. With that will come, I thought you were going to get this done this year. Well, we didn't quite get there. I think we ought to be friendly prodders to one another. I don't think we should be in the media because that's not a good way to build relationships through the media. And I think we ought to just try and partner up and work on some things in the same way we're trying to do with the agencies I just mentioned, ODO and LCDC. But I also want to be cognizant of our meeting schedule today and not have that come across as my wanting to cut off the conversation. So the message isn't, I want to cut off the conversation, I want to continue the conversation. We just can't do it all today. So I hope that sits the way I want it to sit. Because we realize there's frustration that we haven't been able to get together until now. So I know and we're anxious to get deeper. But someone's got to be a schedule keeper here too. That's my job in part.
Well, Chair Van Brocklin, I really appreciate this opportunity, and we do a regular every couple years, review of plans and such like that. But I think, again, while we're saying this is, it's Sharon's presentation just now, or discussion just now about the congestion pricing piece. To shoot that by us and have us comment and get our thoughts. Again, we have a statewide group that works on all different avenues or approaches to sustainability. I think that'd be, instead of just waiting every 2 years and, looking at stuff, we could be more useful as a resource.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Rex, and I agree with you. And we need to be more conscious of socializing and ideas and sharing ideas, and that's definitely needs to be happening across kind of both directions, multiple directions. And I think if we start doing it, we'll get comfortable doing it, build trust relationships, and we'll be able to get further. And I don't know why my Outlook is telling me about every single email I'm getting right now, but it is telling me that I have hundreds of emails I haven't read. I don't know what I did because I'm already aware. Thank you very much. I have a lot of other things going on here. Right now, I want to focus on this one. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my speaker now, my microphone, which would be a welcome, I'm sure, to everyone. But we do need to wrap it up in the next few minutes.
Great. I just would like to add that we would be very interested in working with you on thinking about how to design a tolling program with equity, and would love to invite staff and commissioners to our fall meeting to really focus in on transportation. So I'll reach back out to Director and Amanda and look for an opportunity to schedule some time to talk specifically about that, as well as Commissioner Vice Chair Simpson's, your point about, how do we design something that's an approach going forward that works in Lakeview as well as in Portland, and how do we think about that? So it'd be great to be able to continue those two discussions.
And I would agree with all of the comments before, and regarding Alando's comment, I think part of the challenge with getting industry and private folks to make transitions is to have the transition predictable, and that's always a hard thing to do. And I was one of the founders of the Sequential Pacific biodiesel plant in Salem, and brought Willie Nelson and Jack Johnson as investors to Oregon, and there were a lot of incentives, and it was great. But then the shift to electrification sort of means some of those customer gallons will eventually go away. Biodiesel is a great transition fuel, especially in rural areas. But and I'm all for electrification, but I was working on the Elliott State Forest down in Coos Bay, and I drive an EV, and the charger down there went bad, and I coasted into the Eugene charging station. It was at night with my little dog in my lap to keep us both warm because couldn't turn on the heat. And I live in the South Waterfront, and it's a charging desert. And so I'm all for you going for electrification, and there's a lot of improvements that can happen there. So I laud you for that, and thank you for it as well.
Well, I'm with you.
If I may, real quick.
Yeah, please.
I just want to thank both the Oregon Sustainability Board and Oregon Global Warming Commission for being here today. I'm more than happy to be a conduit anytime to make sure we connect you with the right parts of the agency. We're a pretty large agency, to get some good topics on your agendas and continue to collaborate. But one thing we flagged is to have a follow-up conversation to this so we can debrief on the commission meeting and continue to talk about those opportunities for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Yeah.
But thank you all very much. And this is an exciting conversation, and it's important to us. But we want to we want to see progress in the state, and that's why we're doing this. So definitely. And I just want to put one more word in it off of what John said, and that is I also drive an EV, and But remember, the emissions are the problem. I know there are problems with roads, but the primary problem is the emission. It's the CO2. So, you know, if the last time I checked, there's still 4 wheels and 4 tires on that EV. So I've got to have some place to drive it, or there's no reason to have it. And I can't do everything I have to do taking the Orange Line in to the downtown. That doesn't solve all my transportation needs. So we, although I love it, having it, and I do use it all the time, and bikes and all the rest, pedestrian routes, and all of it's important, which is why we were a multimodal agency. So let's leave it here. And I really appreciate your being here, and we'll look for other opportunities to do this and other things in subgroups, smaller groups, us just raising our consciousness and inviting you into our comment and thought processes and getting you access into the conversation, as Rex was suggesting. That's a really important thing, and vice versa. As you're doing things, make sure Amanda knows, they want to hear from us on this stuff. Here it is. What do we want to do with it? What do we have to say? Thank you. We'll follow up.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay.
Take care.
You too. Okay, we're going to move on to item K, which is fittingly the Oregon Transportation Plan kickoff. So this is, I think we're staying in the same general, broadly speaking, subject area. And I wanted to say, I was going to say this before we started the last segment, so I'll say it now. I think this is Administrator Pete's first meeting of the commission in which she is serving as our administrator, and so I welcome her in that capacity to carry us into this next discussion. I guess Michael Rock. I guess Michael Rock is going to do most of it, but I want to start by having you kind of tee it up.
Great, happy to. So my goal here is to try to make you tired of me first thing early on, because I'm here again for this agenda item. For the record, again, my name is Amanda Peets. I'm the administrator of the Policy Data and Analysis Division. As you mentioned, Chair, I'm joined here by Mr. Michael Rock, our Planning Unit Manager, and we're very excited to talk to you about our very needed update to the Oregon Transportation Plan, which sets our policy foundation and strategic direction for ODOT and for the state. Next slide, please. As I just mentioned, the OTP is Oregon's comprehensive transportation policy document. It looks out 20 to 25 years into the future and at all aspects of the transportation system. Mode plans and topic plans, which are shown in that top box there, refine the broader policy direction in the Oregon Transportation Plan. Unique to the OTP and these mode and topics plans is that they don't just cover the work of ODOT. Policies are written for Oregon's transportation system, and as such, they influence the work of other state agencies, our local jurisdiction partners, and more. The local transportation plans must be consistent with our Oregon Transportation Plan, so it plays a pretty key role in the state. It also obviously directs the work of our agency from how we plan, invest, build, maintain, and manage our system. Facility plans for ODOT refine the Oregon Transportation Plan specific to corridors or locations. You may be familiar with our interchange area management plans, which is one of those. The OTP has served as the framework for the OTC investment strategy. So in that investment strategy, the plan was really the base for that, looking at the needs and priorities out in the long range and translating that to the short range. So in that 5 to 10 year time frame as we look at the investment strategy. The strategic action plan moving forward will be the operational plan of the Oregon Transportation Plan. So it translates policies into near-term priorities and actions. It didn't happen that way as much this time because the Oregon Transportation Plan is older. And because we now have that strategic action plan and it's fresh, it will really help inform how we proceed going forward with this plan update to the OTP. The investment strategy and strategic action plan, having incorporated Oregon transportation plan direction then directly influences our investment and budget. So both state and local projects must be consistent with these plans and come from plans. Policies in our plan cover all the way down to the delivery and operations. I'm sorry, I get another call at the same time. There we go. Setting the foundation to how we continually manage our transportation system. So it spreads that full gamut. So that Oregon Transportation Plan is that long range piece, but it really covers everything down to the shorter range piece and kind of our continual management of the system. Next slide, please. Given the importance of the Oregon Transportation Plan and its reach, it's not surprising that the plan is one of the main duties for you as a commission. Statute dictates that the OTC's role is to develop and maintain the state's comprehensive transportation policy and long-range plan for Oregon, i.e. the OTP. Statute is clear that the plan must balance multiple objectives. It specifically names a few, which is shown on the slide. And really the intent here is to recognize that there are many goals that we need to strive for in balance. And lastly, as I mentioned previously, the statute even makes it clear that the Oregon Transportation Plan must be broader than just ODOT activities and to guide and coordinate agencies and entities that touch transportation. Next slide, please. So why now, might you ask, are we updating the Oregon Transportation Plan? I know what some of you are thinking. That's a dumb question because the plan is 15 years old. Of course, we need to update it. Yes, but I think that then creates another question: why have we waited so long? For one reason, all of our mode and topic plans were out of date too. Several were older than the Oregon Transportation Plan. So we wanted to update these first to really understand the changes and needs within each of these modes and topics to inform the broader Oregon Transportation Plan. Now that these updates are mostly complete, we are looking across plans, and we use a tool we call ORPlan, which we created. It's kind of our online platform for policies where you can pull up any and all related policies across plans. The benefit in this is it really helps us to identify policy gaps across our entire planning framework where we have redundancies and where we have potential conflicts. Now with this information, we can look at rethinking planning and the transportation plan, identify opportunities to consolidate plans, and the tough policy issues that we need to resolve as part of our Oregon Transportation Plan update, looking at conflicts and trade-offs. In a decade and a half since the OTP was last updated, the transportation system has also evolved from who uses the system and for what purposes. Technology has greatly advanced, and there are emerging important issues we did not adequately deal with before. In addition, we have less money and resources to cover these changing needs, requiring a strategic and efficient approach as we move forward. Next slide, please. So to give you a sense of what the plan will look like, those familiar with our statewide plans, this will look consistent. This is kind of our cookie cutter of what we always have in plans. We start with looking at existing conditions and trends. This is where we learn about the users and the use of the system. Today, when I say users, think about the public that's using the transportation system, but also think about the freight system and goods movement. These are all users of our transportation system. So we look at that today and in the future. We also get a sense of infrastructure needs. And as I mentioned, we'll be couching that in the context of user needs. This is where we look ahead at technology and our major changes or disruptors that we need to either plan around or figure out ways to support and enhance, because that's a future we want to get towards. This work will inform us of the needs, issues, and opportunities. So basically it's the what do we need to do? The remainder of the plan gets into the where are we going? That's the vision piece. The what we need to do to get there? That's the goals, policies, and strategies. And the how to, which will prioritize and balance objectives. That's the investment and implementation sections of the plan. Next slide, please. To be successful in creating the plan, we need to pull together these following key ingredients. First is users, and so focus more on users and uses of the system. not infrastructure. Infrastructure is still important, but within the context of the users and uses of the system. This is a shift from how we've kind of done things in the past. We've tended to look mostly at the system itself, not always thinking about how people use it or how goods need to travel on it. We need to get smart. I know I'm using get smart as like really great English here. We need to learn from others through research and best practices, seeking the counsel of subject matter experts and others. We hired a robust and talented consultant team of top experts in their field. That's one way that we're doing that. We are going to also work with internal and external subject matter experts and have some advisory committees that Michael will talk about later. And then also importantly, hearing directly from the users of the system itself. Balance is another key ingredient. Through diverse voices throughout the decision-making process, and by understanding the depth of needs, issues, and opportunities, we're going to optimize our outcomes and goals where we can. We also need to be bold. We need to be visionary but actionable. The plan should be forward-thinking and push the bounds, but with a practicality of how we make that happen. We're going to be leaning in a lot more towards implementation of our plans overall, which is some of the direction I'm kind of bringing to this division. And then making some tough trade-offs. While we must balance, we cannot do so to the point of indecision. Although we're not flush with cash back in 2006 when the last OTP was adopted, our dollars don't stretch as far as they used to. Today's limited funds and our multifaceted demands mean that our resources are very constrained. We need to identify a way and make some hard trade-off decisions. This is a shift from past plans where all goals and policies were basically treated equal. So we'll need to set some direction on when certain goals take precedent and how to resolve conflict between goals and policies. So this is where we're trying to get to that meaningful foundation piece to help guide decisions from here on out. With that, I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Michael and be available for questions after. Michael?
All right, thanks, Amanda. Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Rock. I manage ODOT Statewide Transportation Planning Unit. If you're not familiar with our group, we have three main charges. One is exactly this, helping the commission and others develop our long-range statewide transportation and policy plans. Second is to work throughout the agency to help implement those plans, make sure we follow through with what we say we're going to do. And third is actually help manage the transportation and growth management program for ODOT. That's a joint program with DLCD that gives planning grants and other services to local jurisdictions to do planning work in their communities. So that's who we are and what we're bringing to this project. So Amanda talked about the recipe and the ingredients for developing the plan. I'm going to talk a little bit about how the process will go, so how to bake the cake, so to speak. Just hope at the end that one of us don't get chopped like one of those Food Channel shows after we have too many cooking analogies. So let's first start with what we've done to date. We've been doing a lot of our homework in preparing for this plan update. It's obviously a big project. It's an important one for transportation planning in general, and we wanted to be able to hit the ground running when our consultant contract was ready. So we've initiated quite a bit of other work, some you may have heard about, and I know some you've seen that we'll talk about here in a second, to prep on some really big questions that we will need the Oregon Transportation Plan to wrestle with and help us answer. So a couple we wanted to flag today are shown here. And actually, I'm very glad the agenda item before, the discussion was great at the end, and many of these same themes you'll keep hearing over and over again in the rest of this presentation about these big questions that we're wrestling with, and how do we, what's the role of state agencies, how do we position ourselves to make change for the good with these trends and changes coming at us. So first off is just understanding demographic trends within the state. We're required to use Portland State University population numbers, but that has a lot of implications for transportation, and we want and need to get a handle on that as we enter this planning process. But also think about the regional differences we have within Oregon. Sometimes those are, demographic differences, some are economic differences. We want a plan that will work for all of Oregon. We want a plan that isn't necessarily one size fits all, but is tailored to make sense within these different regions, and understanding the populations and economics throughout the state is an important way to do that. Second one on here is statewide mobility. This is actually something that is as much a highway plan issue as it is an Oregon transportation plan issue. Highway plan considers mobility from congestion to user perspectives and others. It's a complicated topic. It is transportation in a sense, and it's one that we want to make sure we're looking at what we've been doing in the past. What are some options to look at mobility and congestion, the way we plan for it, the way we mitigate it, how we do that in the future, and bring that to the table, especially for the highway plan, which is really phase 2 of this work. We'll talk about that at the end of the slides today. Mobility as a service, a new concept for kind of a mobility on demand, and trying to understand what that means with the new technologies, what it means for a state agency, and doing our homework on that, so we can answer those questions that we know are going to come up in this process. We have one that we're wrapping up soon around equity. We've been working closely with Assistant Director Perkins on that, and again, thinking about what are other states doing, how does it link to transportation planning, not only from a process but a policy standpoint, and something we'll bring to the table for the OTP update. And then a couple that aren't necessarily products, but we know as staff, we've got to do homework about how things went with these past plans. And so we've done an internal look with the Oregon Transportation Plan and Highway Plan to see how it went, see what areas that we didn't accomplish what we wanted to, perhaps why, and be able to speak to our committees about those once we get those underway. So next slide, please. These two are actually a couple products that you should be familiar with, and they're a little bit bigger efforts that we did and are going to roll into the Oregon Transportation Plan. The first is the Emerging Technologies Impact Assessment. That wrapped up last year. We called it ATIA for short, but there were a lot of questions coming from the Commission and others about what are these emerging technologies going to mean for our transportation policies. And we had a consultant come on board. We actually had a workshop with the Commission to think about the goals that are in our plans now. What are the likely impacts from emerging technology, automated vehicles, on things like safety, on things like land use? Are they likely to be positive impacts or negative impacts? What are things that the Commission should start thinking about in our policies, and as we update these plans, to be positioned as best we can? And we're still obviously hearing those questions today. And we've got that work as a baseline that we'll be rolling into the plan. And you'll be hearing more about that as the OTP gets underway. The other one I wanted to flag here were stakeholder interviews. All of you were interviewed by HDR, our consultant, on this to think about what trends, what drivers of change, what challenges do you and other stakeholders need these plans to help answer. And we've got a great deal of information that we use to scope these plan updates. We've used them to build some work groups that we're proposing based on what we heard from our stakeholders. Unfortunately, these wrapped up about the time COVID started, so the answers might be the same in some cases, they might be different in some cases, but I think there's still challenges that we know over the long term we're going to have to deal with. Next slide, please. So that's what we've done, but we're just starting the work. And we've had our consultant on board for just about a month, and we are hitting the ground running on a number of different tasks, and I want to flag a few of them for you today. We've already talked about a lot of the research and data gathering that we've done, but more will come up, and more will come up as we get into the planning processes with our committees. So we've got to be ready to answer that question. We've got to be ready to gather data on things like user needs and perspectives to make these plans a success. I'm going to go in a little more detail on the other areas around scenario planning, how our groups will work, and then overall back to creating the plan itself. So go ahead to the next slide. So scenario planning, there are staff within my group that could speak to this much more intelligently than I can, but I want to flag a couple of things that really resonate to me. Scenario planning is really just the what-if questions. They're what do you do with changes that are going to come at us? What are those changes? And what happens if it's something we didn't expect? And so from the start of this plan update, we want to start asking those what if questions, because we know one thing's for certain: there's going to be change and there's going to be uncertainties. So we want a plan that's going to be resilient. What we don't want to do is go through all this, expect an outcome, expect a future that doesn't come, or expect a future or we do not have a plan that's nimble to adjust to things that we didn't expect or we weren't sure was going to happen. So if you start at the beginning of the process and ask those questions, you're able to build a resilient plan that's good in a lot of circumstances. And that's how we propose to set up these two documents. Part of that is a technical process where we're going to talk to you and others about those drivers of change, thinking about what scenarios we need to ask those questions about, what tools do we use to look into the likely outcomes, what assumptions go into that, and report out. But it's not all science. There's a lot of art, and you need a lot of public involvement. You need a lot of perspectives from smart people, as Amanda said, to help us get those questions right. So we'll be engaging stakeholders in the public to try to understand what those scenarios will mean for our plan, and again, build something that's resilient over the long term for ODOT and for the state of Oregon overall. Next slide, please. So next was the decision-making or committee structure I wanted to highlight. So as Amanda pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, this is really a purview of the Oregon Transportation Commission. It's in statute as one of the main tasks that you have, and we're going to want to keep you informed as we go along, certainly. But there's a lot that goes into these plans, and we rely on stakeholder and public involvement through a lot of different groups. We'll talk about each of these in a little more detail next. Over on the right is the project management team. That's us staff and our consultants. And our consultant yesterday had a great analogy of the project management team's job is to keep those plates spinning while all this other stuff is going on, because there's going to be a lot of moving parts, and we'll try to keep the pieces together and feed these groups so you can all do your job and help us with the plan. So go ahead to the next slide, and we'll talk about the groups. Next slide, please. It didn't move. There we go. Thanks. So first up, Policy Coordinating Committee. I heard enough of this morning's presentation that now I'm paranoid about what photos are in here. We've got one of Chair Boehne, I think, chairing a policy committee on the, it looks like the bicycle pedestrian plan. So this is a very high level, this is the highest level group that we have to report to you, to the commission. And they are in place to help us guide overall plan development from a policy perspective. In the past, we've called them steering committees, policy advisory committees, what have you, but they are a high-level group that's here to help inform the decisions that we need to make and the recommendations we need to bring to you. We look for statewide viewpoints, geographic diversity, subject matter experts, but we also want user perspectives on some from groups or individuals that we haven't heard from in the past, and we're going to work hard to try to get some of those new voices into this process. We're happy that Chair Van Brocklin agreed to chair this group, and that's a great, I guess, link because Chair Ackerman at the time of the last Oregon Transportation Plan chaired our policy group, and so that's a great continuing role. And as you can see, other commissioners have chaired these groups on other plans. One thing I do want to point out, the way that we've scoped this process is a bit different this time. We've heard a lot of feedback about, these plans take a long time, and we ask a lot of our stakeholders. We ask a lot of those participating. We're going to try to meet fewer times and really focus at key milestones of this group. I don't know that we'll do it with 6. It may take more, but we want to do it fewer than in the past because everyone's busy and we don't want burnout, and we really want to focus on the right questions to bring to these committees. And we have a way to have some other groups help us with some of the details that we maybe asked of this group before and didn't need to, and we'll talk about that next. So next slide, please. The plan coordination team is one way that we can move products more quickly. This is actually an internal ODOT group, so you often don't see what we try to do with this, but we we pull together internal subject matter experts across business lines, across the agency, and we ask them to put their implementation hat on. How do we make this plan actionable? How do we make sure we can deliver on what our stakeholders or commissioners are asking us to do? Provide feedback into products and give it a good scrub before we can take things to the policy group and again, try to save time. And this one will be just as important. The Oregon Transportation Plan is broad, covers a lot of areas, and we're going to need these people across the agency to help us get it right. And really all these groups, I should have mentioned it with the Policy Coordination Committee as well. There's so many people you could have, and we can only have so many on these groups. And so we need a way for others to get their voice into the process, and we'll talk about that now. But the same way internally, this is a broad plan that covers a lot of areas, and we're going to focus on people that can contribute, but try to get input from people even outside our coordination teams as well. So next slide. One of the ways to expand the tent, so to speak, are work groups. So we are proposing, our earlier slide said 6, there's more than 6 bullets listed on here, but we want to pull together work groups that would be charged from the policy committee to look at topic areas, work those issues, help us with policies, actions in these areas, and again, another way to move the process along more quickly and ask a little bit less of that policy group. These are ones that have come up from the stakeholder interviews, from the project scoping. We won't be able to get them all, but you'll see some overlap. We know we got to talk equity. It's right out of the strategic action plan. It's out of the governor's objectives. It's critical. Safety, I know that's been on your agenda much today. It's got to be front and center of this plan. Mobility and helping us define what that means on our system, but really multimodally. Climate, another area that we need to focus. And then you've got freight, economy, finance. Freight will need to be in these groups, may not need its own group, but maybe it belongs with the economy, maybe in mobility, and that's some of the things we still need to work out. But these are the kind of things we're going to try to get more detailed information from. We have a scenarios group listed as well. Those are technical experts that help us through that process on the scenario planning and give us good advice as we go. These are both internal and external, probably have a few ODOT staff that can speak to how we do it, and a lot of subject matter experts from other areas outside of ODOT to help guide us on where we'd like to try to go. These will result in recommendations back to the policy groups and others for them to wrestle with. Next slide. So public engagement, a couple more things on engagement, because again, this is we need advice, we need buy-in to make this plan work for all of Oregon. So as those committees are running, we've got other items scoped to get even broader feedback than the stakeholders were able to bring to those tables. We've got a couple online open house events planned, one early because we want to get input early. One will be later at a key milestone that's more around review, but we don't want to only ask opinions at the end. We need to get them in early. This is designed to do that. We've got focus groups planned, and that's another way to get new voices around the table that perhaps haven't been able to participate in the past. And then we'll rely on other things, videos, newsletters, media releases, to make sure that this is well known throughout the state of what's going on. Next slide. This is an example of some of the online open house work that our consultant team has actually done elsewhere. This one is a very interesting exercise where we ask, what are your 3 priorities? I know other states have done, if you had $100, which buckets would you be putting them in? And then it shows you trade-offs and the implications from those trade-offs that you're making. And we'd like to do something like this. We'd like to have a creative online open house to really start getting perspectives of people that don't think of transportation in the same level of detail as we all do, and really see what's important to them. We want it to be user-friendly and interactive. So we'll be doing these as the plan's going along to get input. Next slide. So just to wrap up, a few things on what's next. There's some dates in here, but they're the dates that we've scoped, and we realize we got a lot of work still ahead of us to make this happen. So take them for what they're worth. But we want to try to get that policy coordinating committee meeting over the summer if we can. We've started some ideas with our team on the types of members, but that's going to be a challenge. I mean, there's a lot of great people and a lot of great organizations we could have involved, and it's going to take some time to get them all in place. But we want to get that group up and running to charge the other groups and assign the other groups with what they're going to be asked to do in their different topic areas. One thing of note, and I would really appreciate any input from the commissioners today, is we'd like to bring a short workshop to your July meeting to talk about the things you actually were just talking about in the previous agenda item. Dig in a little more detail on those emerging trends and policies. What questions do you want to be sure we ask, help answer, get on the table, and get that done first thing in the process so we get the plan off to a good start. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we want that first open house to be early as well, because no better time for the public to inform our work than early. So that's a snapshot of what's coming. But we can a little bit more detail on the potential workshop in a sec. So next slide, please. Yeah, and here it is. And I know that this is the opportunity to bring something more to you, a little bit deeper dive on some of that homework that I mentioned earlier around trends, demographic trends, economic regions, equity policies, emerging technologies. Get those on the table. Think about what are the what-if questions you want us to start evaluating. If there's something more that we should plan for and bring to you in July, if that timing works, I'd love to hear it now or today or afterwards, because we want to make sure we bring you the right information. And we'll be mindful, and we've already talked about ways to take the work that you've done in the SAP and all the other plans that we've done, along with some of the studies like Rough Roads Ahead, and make sure that we don't start from scratch. You've given us a good roadmap to start from, and we're going to be using those to set those goalposts. So next slide, and then I think we're close. Yeah, just a little bit longer timeline before I wrap up. So we're anticipating the Oregon Transportation Plan itself to be around that 18-month time frame. Is actually very similar to what we heard from the other state agencies on some of their long-range planning work. So that was good for me to hear, at least. We know we'll have the committees up and running, but the main thing I wanted to convey here is there's a phase 2, and there's a very important phase 2 for this project, and it is updating the Oregon Highway Plan. We're going to be learning as we go. It's not don't think about the OT or the highway plan until you get to the end of the process, but there's going to be things as we're talking about user needs and perspectives that we're going to roll over and put into the highway plan scoping and parking lot as we go. But eventually we'll get to a point with the Oregon Transportation Plan that it's time to scope phase 2, and you'll hear a lot more about the highway plan as we get there, but we know that's just as important. It's in just as much need of an update, and that's really where a lot of the trade-offs for how we manage our system, how we manage right-of-way, how we make those multimodal trade-offs, that's where we can get down into a little more detail and will be a very important project. I think that's it, but go ahead and do one more slide. It may just be our question.
Hey, Michael?
Yes.
So just one thing to add on here, Michael touched on the timeline earlier. So we're trying to be as efficient as we can with this process. At the same time, I think we're trying to be efficient with things that might have taken longer before, but I think we might need a little bit more time is when we get into these really tough trade-off discussions. I reflect back to, as you as a commission were grappling with the 24 through 27 STIP and thinking about the trade-offs there. Those are pretty heavy, hard discussions. And I'd like us to have some of those heavy and hard discussions as part of this Oregon Transportation Plan, and really help set that policy framework, but also expectations as we move forward. And so I think those will be some challenging conversations, but really look forward to those. But then just giving a heads up that might mean it stretches out a little bit. So where we can draw efficiencies, we're going to strive for those.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda.
Anything further? I
Not
would,
from me.
so I would just respond to Michael's question about getting in front of the commission early. I agree with that. I think that's important. I comment on getting information. I think that I see at least two steps. One is that we identify things we want to know more about. So that's the information gathering. Because in order to think about process and priorities, I think we'll need information first on things at least some of us, just speaking for myself, there are some things that I've spent more time thinking about and other things less, and I think that we ought to use the power of the commission to identify what the list is of information to be gathered, and then come back for a second and give that information to us, and then come back for a second discussion that's informed by us having all that information to start talking through what ought to be in here. Because I think there are probably, I'll just speak for myself again, there are holes, there are things I've read more about, things I've read less about, things I've had more conversations about, things I've had fewer conversations about. So I'd like to get the entire commission's information kind of level of knowledge on a set of topics, not at some exhaustive, unreasonable, crazy level, but at a higher level, so that we're all starting from some baseline information that's common to us, so that when we talk about these things, we have the advantage of that baseline knowledge. So I think it's two sessions. I think it's a session to identify what this one could be shorter, maybe, to be, or we could just send stuff into you. But I like the idea of maybe taking 30 minutes, have a conversation, people come ready with their lists, and we just do a topic discussion, not down in the details of any topic, just here are the topics I think of, and try and get a list that would be useful to you. And then it's the information gathering, give that to us so we can look at it, and then come back 2 or 3 months later, and say a couple of months later, and say, okay, we gave you this information, you've had time to look at it, now what do you think? Something like that. But I think off the cuff for something like this is probably not quite good enough. It's my thoughts. Others? Sharon likes it. I'm at 50%.
I agree with that.
If I hit that if I hit that number in my baseball career, I would have been, playing for the Dodgers or something. Do you agree, Vice Chair?
Agreed.
Okay. Julie? Okay.
I agree.
Something like that. You guys will refine it into something better than I just said, but that's our input right now on that. Anything else people want to comment on? This will be a long road, hopefully a year.
The only comment I have is I hope that when we do the open house, that we really make it public so that people are aware of it, doing some kind of a campaign, because what I've seen in the past on plans is the open house, you'll get a certain group of people who are advocates for either one mode or one thing, and they will go in and put all the input into it, and nobody else will comment, and it really doesn't weigh right when you get to the plan. So I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence and really publicize that we're putting this open house out there.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, one last thing. I was just going to say, better be a long road and multimodal path.
Yeah, long road, light rail, bicycle, walking path. Absolutely. Yeah, this clearly is going to have to be hyper multimodal. But I agree with both those comments. Comment that Commissioner Brown was making. Hopefully we do some of this in person, because I think it would really be helpful for us to get, one of the most effective planning things I've ever seen was for a company that was trying to figure out where to put a couple of facilities in the metro area. And they had these large meetings and they had stations with different subjects so that you avoid this domination by one voice or a few voices. And if you have substations, if people are walking around this big room and they get to a station, they get to talk about, X, and then they go on to the next station, and you get a lot of comment because people are standing there in groups of like 6 or 10 or something. It's small enough that they really feel comfortable saying, well, I want to know about this, or how's this going to work? If you've got them in a room with 200, it's going to be what Julie just described. That's going to be a problem because, the only downside of doing it in these smaller stations is that you don't get the whole room hearing a really good comment, but you get small groups hearing it, and it socializes itself over time. So it's something to think about. The form is going to be very important. We have to get to the introverts, not just the extroverts, not just the loud, talkative person like myself. We need to get to the people that are really thoughtful, who are the introverts often, and they have been thinking about it, and then they say 3 things that are really great observations. So to make room for lots of different ways in which people process information and think. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move on because I know we'll be talking about this a lot, so we don't have to talk about it more right now. Okay, we've got 2 more items. One is informational. The last is a short decision on the consent calendar. So I will look to Deputy Division Administrator Lind to talk to us about wildfire debris removal. We got, I believe it was 1,600 comments on this subject. So Mac and maybe Director Strickler can fill us in.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as Mac gets ready to dive in, I just want to acknowledge the work that the team's been doing. Clearly, the commission has received a significant number of comments, and all of those are taken seriously. And Mac will address some of the issues that have been present within the work that the team has really steadfastly been working towards either resolve or frankly, a recognition of some things that maybe didn't quite exist as they were described. And so as we think about the wildfire recovery effort, know that Mac and his team, which is a pretty big team, and I think as part of the introduction, Mr. Lind should give a bit of the lay of the land on the landscape of how many people are actually out there doing this work. Is significant, and these issues are real and they are emotional, which is why we are taking the steps we're taking to put some third-party validation in place to really demonstrate the work that's going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lind, and then clearly we're happy to answer any questions. It's a big effort and important effort for the state of Oregon.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Director Strickler. For the record, Mac Lind, day job is the Deputy Administrator for Delivery and Operations, but been on wildfire duty for 8 months now. Just a constant reminder of how long it's been, but yeah, how far we've come and how far we still have to go to recover from these devastating wildfires of last September. So my plan is to give a bit of context for where we are, give you a few data points, as well as recognition of some of the progress we're making, and speak to some of the concerns that have been raised both in legislative testimony and some media reports, which I know all of you saw some feedback on that as part of your public testimony. And then I have a really short video I wanted to end with, a testament to the communications work we're doing and the work that we are doing to make a positive impact. So next slide, please. To Director Strickler's comment, yeah, we've got a lot of moving parts and pieces, a lot of people working on this effort. I'd start from a place of, we really have kind of 2 missions. One is removing the ash and debris from the destroyed home and business sites. There were over 4,000 homes and businesses destroyed in these wildfires. We're cleaning up just over 2,800 home sites as part of our program. That number continues to fluctuate around, but to date, we've cleared just over 64% of home sites. We're just over 1,700 home sites and business sites cleared. So we're having a pretty considerable progress at this point. We've kind of hit our stride, if you will. We're averaging about 120 to 150 home sites a week that we're cleaning up. We're in 8 counties doing this work in all of those fire areas that you see. While ash and debris at home sites is certainly our priority to get people back to their homes as fast as possible so they can take the next steps to rebuild. The other significant part of our operation is removing hazard trees that are dead, dying, or damaged from the wildfires along state highways, as well as other public areas like parks or some county facilities like roads that they manage. So it's a pretty extensive operation, both ash and debris on home sites. Ash and debris and hazard trees. For the hazard trees, I'll throw out a couple numbers. We've marked or identified almost 77,000 trees that need to come down. That represents about half of what we think need to come down. We're estimating around 140,000 trees that we will remove as part of our operation. To date, we've removed about a quarter of the trees. Just over 30,000 trees to date have been cut and removed. At one time, I think I was in front of the commission talking about 300,000 trees. In our early estimate, we assumed that many trees would need to come down in the corridors, these fire corridors. A significant amount of work has been done before we've gotten there with this operation, both by fire crews, utility companies, private landowners, et cetera. So we're at about 140,000 trees is what we think we'll remove as part of this operation. But it's quite an extensive operation north to south and the west side of the state. And then to Director Strickler's comment, we've got a lot of people. We're getting close to 1,200 people working on this program. This is an emergency operation, an emergency recovery operation, if you will. We've got a lot of people, a lot of workforce. 65% of those folks working on the project are from Oregon. There was a lot of concerns raised about some national firms coming in or winning some of the contracts. They've taken that charge that we gave them to meet Oregon's values and objectives and have hired a tremendous amount of local Oregon firms and workforce. Out of the 156 firms that are working on it, 141 are Oregon-based. And probably the thing I'm the most proud from our team is 73 of those have some sort of certification in small businesses, whether that's a federal program that they sign up for or our Oregon COBID certified firms. We are at 26 Oregon COBID certified firms working on this program. So an extensive amount of work happening, not only in the scope that we're taking on, but also just the folks that are out there doing the work, in addition to the dozens of ODOT staff we have working on it, as well as our consultant team that's supporting us in the field, providing third-party review. Next slide, please. Just want to reemphasize, there's a lot happening on the landscape. If you drive any of these fire corridors, it's hard to tell who's doing what, and it's hard to tell who's done what. There's obviously work being done by local, city, county, public works departments. The utility companies have certainly had an impact in these corridors. The bottom right picture is an example of a utility corridor right next to a highway. They've removed those hazard trees. We have not. In addition, private property owners and forest land managers have also been removing trees, and there's plans to do more, I believe. We are removing hazard trees on less than 1% of the acreage that burned. The 1.3 million acres burned in the state last fall, we're removing hazard trees within about less than 1% of that area. So it can be a little difficult to see who's doing what. And we're certainly having a lot of ongoing coordination in each of the corridors we're in to make sure we're doing the work safely. Next slide, please. Lots of interest lately on our process for identifying hazard trees. Certainly the commission heard that in testimony. I won't walk through this complete diagram, but this is one of the infographics we're using to try to help folks understand the process that we're using to ensure a quality decision is made about which trees need to come down. It's a very surgical process. This is not a timber harvest or a timber sale or even a salvage sale. This is not a logger coming in and removing trees that have been identified for recovery or salvage. This is a surgical operation. We have certified arborists and foresters that make a decision about which tree is a hazard. There's a first production pass, then there's a quality control pass by another arborist or forester that confirms that that tree is marked correctly. And then right before the tree is cut, there's a third arborist on site to ensure that the tree that needs to be removed has been identified and there's no surprises on the ground. An important part of our contracting model was the folks marking the trees are really paid by the hour, if you will, and the folks removing the trees are paid by the tree. So we've separated that incentive to overmark or over-identify trees or overcut trees. There's also a $2,000 per tree penalty if a contractor removes a tree that was not marked and identified. There's a GPS location, a barcode, multiple pictures of each tree. All of that is FEMA required so we can get reimbursement of funding. So with that, it's a big operation. There's certainly been some questions raised around the quality of the work and the decisions made. And so we've taken an additional step. As of yesterday about this time, we executed a contract with an independent arborist who's not worked on the project that will begin work on Monday with field review to confirm or make recommendations around our operation. So to be really candid, are the decisions we're asking to be made, are they conforming to the criteria we've set? And is the quality as we expect? We're hoping that that builds confidence or helps inform how we can make our operation better. So that work will begin immediately next week, and certainly we'll report more out on that as we learn more. Next slide, please. Just want to talk a little bit about funding. I think maybe last fall I updated the commission around, at that time, I think we were in the $600 million range for this program. A lot of moving parts and pieces to the estimate. These are our current estimates that we've shared with the legislature as they're considering our budget. We're at about a $443 million effort to clean up from these wildfires, just the debris aspect. For the commission, I would very much point out the top half of this, hazard trees. You'll notice the state highway fund match on the far right of about $60 million. Certainly that has an impact on our agency operations and what funding we have available. Both of these numbers reflect a 75% cost share from FEMA. So 75% covered by FEMA, 25% of match. That number could go up to 90 or 100% still. So obviously we're hopeful that that will increase, but this is what we're anticipating at the moment. And then for ash and debris, typically ODOT doesn't receive much general fund, if any, but we needed a different color of money to support the match for removing ash and debris at home sites and businesses, and that reflects our current kind of best estimate today. And with that, my next slide is a short video, but I guess I'd pause there before I show the video to see if there's any questions about anything I've covered so far before I highlight some of the good work on the ground.
Questions? Let's see the video.
Perfect. So Sabrina, can we see if the technology is going to like us or not today?
Stand by, Mac. We're working on it. WebEx Events isn't exactly video friendly, so we're going to attempt it here. We'll see what happens.
Sure. Appreciate the commission's patience. Well, I'm not hearing any audio, so this might be a failed attempt. Tom, what do you think? Should we skip it?
Well, the pictures are pretty, but yeah, audio is the problem.
Well, it was a good attempt. Technology is not our friend today. I guess I would just highlight for the commission, if Sabrina, if you could go back to my slides, I'll pull up the last slide. And just highlight for the commission, we've been trying to do a lot more communication outreach and producing what I would call content of our own. Content sharing, not only educating folks on our process, educating them on the work that we're doing, but also on just progress and some of the stories, the personal stories of those that we are assisting in this important next step of their recovery. There's a great video of one of the only business owners in downtown Detroit talking about kind of economic opportunities of getting recreational tourism back this summer, as well as some property owners that down in Medford and Talent that go up on a hill and overlook the mobile home park every week to see the progress to date. So just to encourage the commission to go check that out. And that video that I referenced, it's linked in your slides, is we call it our halfway to home video. It's got some great drone before and after footage, just reflecting on what it looked like immediately after the fires and now what it looks like as we've cleaned it up. So just encourage folks to check that out. And then finally, our hotline number, I always end with this in any presentation I do. You'll see our hotline phone number there in the bottom right. So on every piece of information we have, it's plastered all over our website and materials. We stood up a call center for this operation. And to date, I think we've taken almost 6,000 phone calls. And that's there for anyone who has a question, a comment, a concern about the operation, if they need assistance to get signed up for the program. Just always encourage folks to use that, much like we use our Ask ODOT for other business. And we stood up this hotline specifically for this wildfire debris operation to help those that need this support the most. So with that, concludes my remarks. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Matt, could you tell us where we could find a link to that video for us as well as the public?
Yeah, Sabrina, if you could go back one slide. I think there's a link on that slide there. The YouTube link is there. And then if you go to the last slide that I was just at, Sabrina, my apologies. There on our www.debriscleanupnews.com, that's where we've got all of our content, including that video, as well as a lot of the other content that we've been developing from the start of this emergency operation.
Sounds great, Mac.
Here, we will put a link to the video on the meeting information on our Oregon.gov website, so folks will be able to get to it easily.
Great. Thank you, Tom. All right. Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Allen, thank you. I am really thrilled to see the due diligence of ODOT on this subject. It's been one that we, as was said, received a lot of email and a lot of requests to dive into. And so I appreciate the due diligence and glad to see that fourth check put in place. So thank you very much. And thank you for laying it out in a way that all of us could look at it and see it.
No problem. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Appreciate the comments.
I agree. I think that's correct and good. So good work. Director Strickler, do you have any final comments? If Mac, if you're done, I would turn to the director. If you're not done, I won't.
No, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Director Strickler, do you have any final comments on this subject? Because I know it's one that you yourself personally have spent a very large amount of time on, and you know, have lost at least one layer of stomach lining in the process. So, so thank you, and Mac, and everyone involved in this, all the people involved in this. This is an assignment that was outside our scope, that we took on, we being ODOT took on, and you know, yeah, I think given the circumstances, you guys are doing a really good job in managing this. And this is obviously new terrain. So, Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Again, Chris Strickler, Director of ODOT. I do want to say a couple of things. And while Mac is still here representing what is, you know, a relatively large, intellectual, and very motivated team that is working, you know, a significant number of hours and trying to get just every detail right. I will readily admit that some of this they're learning along the way, but I think the context is absolutely important in this. When the Labor Day fires hit, there was no crisp clarity on who and how the response would come together. And I don't mean that to say that the state wasn't prepared. I think the state's done an admirable job across the board. But it's a recognition that these types of things can be pretty severe and pretty significant. And as we look to the Debris Management Task Force, which remember is a three-agency kind of three-headed approach to make recommendations. I'll spare you all the details, but it became clear that the contracting arm that we have within our agency really needed to step into the fold. And so they have done that and helped bring their expertise to the table. It is not without controversy. So absent the letters you received, or absent the comments that we've received, and some of which are you know, based in a real connection to the work that's going on, and some based in fears and other elements, we would still be taking all of these comments and questions very seriously, regardless of their level of kind of attention, detail, and frequency, to be honest with you, because frankly, our team that's working on this lives in Oregon too. And they have a very strong connection to the landscape as well. That's not something that's just held by our public. So they take that work very seriously. And as you think about next steps, and as you think about the work that they're doing to kind of continue on, clearly we could go through the details of the three-step process being reviewed by professionals on the site to ensure that each tree that's coming down is meeting the criteria. But we are also the first to say, and this is why Mac and his team have gone out, sought out the help of a third-party validation firm to really come in and say, very simply, whether or not they would agree with the findings or not. And we want to hear either. There is nothing in this process that says we want something to go under the radar. Quite frankly, if there's something not going right, we want to get it right before the rest of the trees do come down. I'll remind us again one last time just about the reason why we're here. We are here, and I don't want to sound alarmist. These hazard trees, whether they are a hazard today or a hazard 2, 3, or 4 years from now, within that FEMA criteria, do become a hazard. And to the extent that our team doesn't get it right, consequences will come later that none of us want to live with. And so that is why we're taking such an aggressive posture towards getting it right, and the team is taking it so seriously. Make no mistake, a hazard tree coming down unexpectedly on a home that's just been rebuilt is devastating. And we don't want to find ourselves in that position. And frankly, we're seeing experiences elsewhere, whether it's California or other places for that matter, where not attending to it up front does create the potential risk for those issues. I recognize that's controversial. I also recognize, though, that our team is putting every step they can in place in order to provide that assurance. Again, we don't discount any of the comments we're receiving or responding to each of them head on. So I guess I would pause there and see if there are any questions, but I certainly wanted to make sure that the commission had that on the record.
that led to it. So we are going to move on to our consent calendar, and so I'll turn to Director Strickler.
Thank you, sir. So Chairman Brocklin, members of the commission, as we turn to the consent calendar, we have 15 items for consent. I do want to thank the commission for a significant number of topics coming before you today and the work that you put in. I also want to thank you for the trust and confidence in moving forward with addressing some of the most immediate safety concerns. I know that our region managers, region traffic engineers, and others within the agency have really felt like they haven't had the ability to move some of those things forward in a manner in which you now authorize today. So I appreciate that effort. Before you today is, as I said, 15 consent agenda items. And at this point, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
Commissioner Smith, I move approval of the consent calendar.
I second.
And items.
I second the motion. So further discussion?
Yes, Chair, I believe I have a potential conflict with items number 10, 12, and 13 in the award to the Rogue Valley Transportation District.
Okay. That's 11, 12, and 13. Is that what you said?
10, 12, and 13.
10, 12, and 13. Well, let's take those three first with you recusing yourself. We still have a quorum of 3. We need at least 2 yes votes to pass those. So sorry about all this noise from my computer. So all right, we will take items 10, 12, and 13. Do I have a motion on those?
Move approval 10, 12, and 13 from the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And now we will take all items except 10, 12, and 13, the remaining items. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Commissioner Smith.
Second?
Second from Commissioner Brown.
Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any items not discussed or anything anyone wants to bring up before we adjourn?
I just have one thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith, I just wanted to let everyone know that I will not be attending the July meeting, and I apologize in advance, but I have every confidence that you guys can move forward without me.
Well, we'll miss you.
I don't know if I'm confident.
We may call you. We may have a lifeline. I appreciate your letting us know far in advance. I hope you're going to go do something fun, and you don't need to tell us what it is. With that, thank you, everyone, for everything, and we will see you all in July, and I'm sure there will be communications between now and then. So thank you all for your time. And thank all of the people who participated, and all of the staff members who put together this agenda. It was we covered a lot of territory. I thought we did pretty well because of you and my fellow commissioners getting us through it. So thank you all very much. Have a great weekend.
You too. Goodbye.
Thank you.